Welcome to the second day. I hope you have been able to enjoy the first day.
Yes, we did, sir.
Great.
I did enjoy it.
You did enjoy it. Okay.
I did enjoy it, sir.
Great, great. I heard that. Royal. That's great. So it means that we are moving on the right track. For those from the humanities and social sciences, has anyone dropped out? Grace and Co. Has anyone dropped? Are you still here?
No, Grace is still on.
Grace is still on. Great.
Yes. Thank you very much.
So I hope it wasn't.
I'm enjoying it.
Great, great. It's good to hear that. All right. So.
All right.
This is second day. We are going to continue from where we stopped yesterday. So I share my screen. All right, so yesterday we looked at fundamentals. We looked at context. We went through some definitions. We reviewed some cases. So today we'll be looking at steps to reproducible research, the steps we need to take to get there, and then the initiatives that have been established to help promote this issue of reproducibility. So before we go, two things to remind ourselves. Yeah, one of those is happening now. We have said shouldn't be happening, and that is the first thing on the list there. Please mute your mic if you're not speaking. Mute your mic if you're not speaking. This is being recorded. Otherwise, I will start from today to kick people out. Yesterday, I didn't kick anybody out, but today I will start kicking people out, those who continue to disturb us. So mute your mic if you're not speaking. Goodness me.
Alhamdulillah. Allah يسلمك.
All right. I have kicked her out so that she can organize herself and join us again. So there are those that still have their mic not muted and you're not speaking. So please mute your mic. If you want to speak, then raise your hand. I recognize you. The reason for this is that, this is being recorded. Those who are accepted to this course are not the only ones who applied. There are several who applied but didn't get a space. And so many of them go to the recordings to gain their own experience and knowledge. So it is good to make life easy for them so that they don't just keep hearing the noises, background noises, okay? And of course, in ASFI, we try to make something decent. Oh, this person has come again. Amani, are you there?
بلد ما شاء الله عليه الله يحفظك ما
Amani will take some time to join us again. It looks like she's not ready for the class. Okay, so let's respect that. It's very important. Okay, you see what Aman is doing now, if every one of us, and that is why I meet you on entering. I meet you on entering so that this noise will not be there. So you shouldn't omit yourself when you're joining. Leave it the way it is. And then when you are called to speak, you can speak. All right. The second thing is that you should raise your hand when you want to speak. I will recognize you. The lecture slides are in the same Google Drive where we have the course materials. I have opened a folder there. You go there, you find it. Okay. Go there and find it. And then the recordings of yesterday, I have put that on our YouTube channel. If you want to look it over again, please feel free to do that. Feel free to share with your colleagues, those who could not attend. Please feel free to do that. The Thursday project has any group not started? At least discussions of how you approach this. Has any group not started?
Yes, group 5 has not yet started.
Group 5. So what is your plans? Group 5.
We need more explanation, please.
You need more explanation. Is it only group 5 that has not started? Is there any group that has not started?
Yeah, group 2 has not started too. We are just starting, but we've not really done much, sir.
Yes, but is it clear for you what you should do?
Well, yeah, I think it's clear. We're thinking of working with that research question as written there, the objectives. That's how we understood it. We develop a mini protocol and then develop a questionnaire which will be shared among other participants of the course to see. Then we analyze and present.
Okay, so I think we can at least start doing it together so that it is clear for everybody now. And so what I have done is that I have given a general question. And so you need to pick the specifics. So from the general question I have given, you need to define the specifics you would want to answer there. So we have awareness, we have perception, we have practice. Of course, you can define other aspects you want to do there. And now, so what you do first is to define your own question your group would like to address. Okay. Once you have done that, we should propose a questionnaire. Each group should propose a questionnaire to capture the information they want to address. And so once the group has done that, we will bring all the group's questionnaires together and put them together so that with the same questionnaire, we can collect information for every group. And that questionnaire, we will put a Google form, and I hope some of you here know how to do that. Develop a Google form, and everyone participating in this course will go to the Google form and fill in to answer those questionnaire. And once that is done, every group takes the data that has been generated, and then analyze that to answer their question. Is it clear? Group 5?
Yes, it's clear. Thank you so much.
Yes, it's
All
clear.
right. All right. So the first thing you should do is to define your question, and then we'll take the other ones going forward. Last year we used the same process, and the groups enjoyed it quite much, because it is not only the aspect of reproducibility that you gain from here. You also have experience of how to develop a question, how to develop an instrument to collect information on the question, how to generate your data, how to clean your data, how to analyze your data, how to interpret your data. This is very important. And the goal here is with regards to implementing reproducibility, as we'll go through today. In this project, we want to see, when you present on Thursday, want to see how, as a group, you have implemented aspects of reproducibility in this project. Okay. And the essence is that after doing this project, you can put your project from idea conception to writing on your folder in the Google Drive folder. You have a subfolder where you put your project, and some other group can go there, take your file or your folder and repeat what you have done and be able to get the same answer or results that you got. It means then that going through this project, you need to have a standardized method. You need to have detailed documentation. You need to have traces that somebody can use to understand, so that if you are not there, your project is implemented so clearly that another person can actually undertake it. Some of you who have attended our systematic review course, one of the things that happens in systematic review is that you take a paper and you're reviewing this paper and you want to get some data from this paper, but the data you are trying to get are not available in the paper. And so you would like to contact the authors to see if they can provide you some of those data you are interested in. It happens that you contact the author and the author is not still in the same institution. The author has moved. But somebody is there. Okay, somebody is there. And this person writes, you say, well, I wasn't the one who analyzed this data. The author has moved on and we can't provide you because we don't know how the project has gone. Good. So that is problematic. And that is a problem of irreproducibility, because you can't retrace what has been done. Okay, and that is challenging. So in this project, our goal is to implement a reproducibility project to the extent that in our absence, that project can be implemented by somebody who was not part of the original team. The motivation we gave yesterday, the case studies we presented yesterday, the goal is that in this project, we want to overcome those loopholes that have given scientists a bad name. So it's an exciting project, and I am looking forward to Thursday when you will be presenting your project. And mind you, this is not the only project you're dealing with in this course. We also have a project for Friday I'm going to give you today. Okay, so that's why I said you need to think before you join ASFI course, because we push you to the wall. Some people, after joining our class, they go for a break, holiday. I used to do that, although I did mine. I had my break before starting the course, so I've done mine. I'm so much energized. But usually, when you finish ASFI course, you can just take a break. Weekend retreat somewhere to relax because your head is hot. Your head is hot. We have pushed you. So we have Friday projects, we have Thursday projects, and today we have a fantastic one you're going to do. We call it the Great Debate. Okay, we are going to have a debate today. And it's something that, who is there? Who is making that noise? Loretta. Loretta, can you mute yourself? Thank you. So, and this is always a fantastic aspect of this course when I do it. I like. We have to have a debate. When I was at the high school, and I think some of you experienced that, they used to have debate in those days. Go from, you have competition with some schools, and that was one of the worst things I ever liked to do. Okay, but now I am in the position to make people do it, and today you're going to do it. Okay, so we are going to have a debate this day. We're going to debate on something. I will bring it forward, and in that debate, we're going to have ourselves divided into 3 groups. So all the groups will be merged into 3. Okay, regardless of which group. So for the sake of that debate only, after that, you still go back to your groups. Because this issue of reproducibility, we have to tackle it to the roots. So that as an African scientist and researcher, you are so much equipped. And when you present your paper at international level, you are dealing it with authority. Okay, so we move on. We move on. All right. The next thing I want to mention here is the attendance. The group coordinators, please continue to collect the attendance. The attendance is not just somebody who put on their join your group and it's not there. We don't want that. We want active attendance. And as I mentioned yesterday, ASFI certificate will not give you access to the presidential villa, but we value our certificates, okay? And we want to give it to those who have actually undertaken our courses fully, religiously, without any maneuvering. And so we want to be very strict on that. So please, the group coordinators, help me to continue to do that. And so that on Friday, we'll be able to ensure that those who, or after Friday, really, those who have fulfilled the requirement to have the certificate will have the certificate. So you can see that it's not sufficient to be on this course. You need to participate to earn the certificate. And of course, if you're not interested in the certificate, then you can run up and down. Okay. Okay. But I don't encourage you to do that because then you will cheat yourself. Remember to rename yourself. I've given you an example here. This is my own group, group 0. Please put your name there and put your group there. Put your name and your group so that it's easy. I see some of you who are using some gadgets that have very weird names. And when I keep saying rename yourself, it looks like you want to claim the name of your gadgets. Through artists, I saw some people who didn't change their names. I didn't mind you because maybe you want to keep to that name. Or if you don't know how to change it, I gave instruction about that several times yesterday. You see yourself on the rectangle where you appear on the top right. When you just put the cursor on your own picture, you see that on the top right, 3 dots appear. Click those 3 dots. Drop down menu will come. Choose rename, and there you put your name and your group, so that when we send you to the groups, it's easier for us. Okay. And Eman is behind there supporting me. And then we have another person here who has joined, part of the ASFI team, Ajibola Temidayo. So Temidayo will also be supporting where she can. So I have good support today. All right, so let's see how we can move on now. Okay, so yesterday, what we went through, we defined reproducibility. We differentiated reproducibility from replication. And I hope every group that uses synonym replicability has removed that, because we're able to highlight the fact that reproducibility is different from replication. Okay, reproducibility is you're repeating or duplicating the same. Replication is everything is different, but you get the same results. Reproducibility is that you do the same and the expectation is that you get the same result. If you don't get the same result when you have done the same thing, then it's a signal that that research has not been reproducible. And we need to find out why. And yesterday, you reviewed some cases where you discovered that many of the studies that have been published in top journals by top scientists have not been reproducible. And several factors came up yesterday. So we reminded ourselves of the ultimate goal of science and research for us to ensure we have the motivation and the fundamentals of science. Why we do what we do. We need to be convinced of why we do what we do. It's not wearing the coats like this, whether it's monkey coat or lion coat or whatever coat or winter coat, however, and you go to your office, the goal is not to make a career. That is not why you're a scientist. That is not why you're a scientist. It is about the society, not about the four corners of your office. It's not about the trajectory where you go. It's not about the competition. It's about coming into this world, joining the forces we have here to make our society a better and happy place. My fellow African scientists, if this is not your motivation for what you do, then it is misplaced. I know there is a rampant motivations people have. People do all sorts of things. People publish to gain their career. But I tell you, you can get to that point as well by focusing on the ultimate goal of science. I have learned this for some time ago, and that is why some projects will come my way. I say no. To be frank with you, I say no to many projects, and many of them come. I have to find the value in what I do. I have to see that this has a role to play. And that is why ASFI is here, to add value. So your motivation for doing what you're doing should be clearly stated. You need to have personal vision and mission why you're in that career. You need to have it. You need to be convinced of it. It doesn't matter what others are doing, okay? You will grow in your career. Goodness me, this person wants to make us deaf. Who is that? I almost kicked you off now. All right. So, you know, when you become so ambitious that what blindfolds you is where you take your career to, you have problems, okay? You have problems. As I am today, I see that my career has taken a trajectory that I am happy with. I take it cool, I take it easy, always having my check and balances when projects come. And sometimes people send me requests, can we collaborate? Can we do this? I tell them, give me some time to think about it. And I think about it before answering, because it is not about excitement. It's about adding value. Okay? And so yesterday we went through that. We looked at the mountains science ethos, values that science should bring. We motivated the need for us to think reproducibly in our research. And finally, we reviewed some selected cases of research fraud and evaluated their impact on research reproducibility. Okay, let me hear from you. Any question? Any issues? Any question? Any issues? Are there new things that have come up to your mind? I'm happy to hear Grace is still here. Are there anybody who is having challenges? Anybody who is not happy with, you are just staying just for staying sake? Well, let me stay on this course and get a certificate. This is your time. Let me know. Who can address you? Just raise your hand. Is Emmanuel here? Emmanuel, who raised the issue of data yesterday, are you still here? Is somebody hearing me? Everywhere is quiet. All right, I have Kevin.
We are hearing you, Dr. Bright. Good morning.
Good morning.
We are hearing
you.
Great.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, I see a hand now. Let's see those who have the hand. Kevin, please.
Yeah. Good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
So regarding reproducibility, so basically here you stressed the point that you're duplicating somebody's work, like this, using the same methods, same tools, same analysis and everything. So I was asking, isn't there like a limit of how much you can reproduce somebody's work? For example, so you have a new test you want to test, maybe for example cervical cancer, and it's a new way of testing whether a new way of screening whether someone has cervical cancer or not. And so I recruit participants in Uganda, women in Uganda. Then I say, maybe I compare it with the gold standard. So I tell people from my results, this new test does better work than maybe the gold standard, or maybe it's not so inferior to the gold standard. Then, so I publish my results. So when someone is in, say, Nigeria, I'm quite sure they will not come to Uganda to kind of call the same women and test them to look at my my findings. Maybe they'll just look at my data, how I analyzed my data, then they can maybe reproduce the same results. So my question is there a limitation of how far like someone can reproduce my findings? I don't know if I'm making sense.
Yeah, I get your point. Yes, there is a limitation. And one of those limitations you have mentioned is perhaps distance. And distance, I mean, the world is a global village, as they say, but distance can also be a factor of movement. It depends on the equipment you have used, finance, but if people are really serious and they have money to do that, then they will come to Uganda to do that. They don't need to take it to Nigeria. So they have to go to Uganda to do that. Sometimes the limitation may also be on the original researchers' willingness to allow this to happen. If they say no, you can't do much about it. And many times when they say no, it's a signal that something is being hidden, okay? But you see, the attitude I want you to take out of this course is that you are here as a scientist to pour your heart out for the society, for your field. And so you should be very, very generous. You should be very open. Can we come and reproduce your research, what you have done? Yes, of course. So, I'm not sure. Please, we need to have a meeting to discuss it, and then we need to vote. You should be open. And that is why in this course, the key thing I am trying to let you know is not to wait until you're contacted. It's not to expect that you'll be contacted to reproduce your research. I'm putting you from the point of view that actually when you begin to conceive research as a scientist, the first thing you should think is to make it reproducible, to be transparent. Because it's not about you. That is the way it should be. Okay? For those who believe in creation, it says that when God made everything, he saw and he said, it was very good. So we should be at a point of excellence. That is the first thing that comes to your mind when you begin to think of doing research. Excellence. Excellence. If we all have that attitude, I'm doing it excellently because what I do is going to have impact. It may be micro, it may be macro. Whatever is the context of influence my research will have, I should have the same attitude. Whether somebody comes up to me and says, well, can we reproduce or not? You are standing from the point of excellence. When you have that attitude, believe me, Kevin, you will go far. It's not about how much you publish. It may be slow, but you will live long in this arena. Yeah, trust me. That is the way it is. Sometimes it can be painful. It can be tedious. It can be time-consuming. But really, that is the standpoint where we should be. There are several influences that may be there. People are doing things differently. But some of the cases we reviewed yesterday. Yeah, so group 2, group 3, and group 5, please. I still want those your cases. So we can take it before I send you to your groups. So be ready. Be ready. When I call you, be ready to present. It's just 2 minutes. So 4 minutes we take between the two groups and finish those cases. So some of those cases took decades before they are discovered. And when they are discovered, somebody has become a professor, has been supervising people. And then the discovery is made that this professor has been fabricating data. Your title is put down. You are disgraced. Those that you have supervised who have used your data have been, punished innocently because of what you have done. So he was there trying to cheat to go fast. But, they say that he who laughs last laughs best. So when you have that attitude, Africa will change because such attitude will transfer to other things we do daily. Okay? I hope this is clear. It helps your question, Kevin.
Yeah, maybe a quick one also. So when you talk about reproducibility, for maybe my study, do we have a measurement to say that maybe my research is more reproducible and this one is less reproducible? Because I work in an institute where we have like pathologists. So you get a biopsy from someone, and they kind of divide it into two. So they give it to different pathologists, and sometimes these different pathologists come with different results. So someone says this one is negative, this one is positive, and like when you do that kappa rating, so there is that actually there may be different opinion or different what. So now if I did a study and maybe I used one set of pathologists, and we get other pathologists who come to reproduce our results, and I realize that maybe 50% or maybe 60% of what we said positive are negative. So is there a way of kind of a range that at least this is acceptable reproducibility, this is unacceptable?
Well, well, one of my colleagues we present tomorrow. She is working in the area of extracellular vesicles. For those who are in medicine, these are very, very tiny micro, whatever you call it, that are living in the body. Okay, so she's working in that area, and she's going to give an example of what is happening in her field and the way they're implementing reproducibility. And in that aspect, I think they have some measures to calculate the level of reproducibility. But yeah, some fields are doing that when it is possible, but it's not a common thing. But this is the way I would like you to think about it, because the research you have implemented, there are different phases. Okay. Yesterday we looked at some synonyms of reproducibility, and one of those synonyms was process trail. Process trail. Reproducibility has a lot to do with documentation. Okay, documentation that allows somebody to implement the strategy you have implemented. So if somebody comes now and in a particular stage of what you have done, the person wants to reproduce it, and the person couldn't understand what you have done, couldn't understand your process, or implemented it and couldn't get the same result, then it means that something at that particular stage is wrong. And so that which is wrong needs to be identified. Okay, what made it impossible to be reproduced? So in essence, it is really difficult to have a general indicator across the research process you have implemented to say your research is reproducible up to this rating or percentage, because it is not commonly the case that it occurs across the research process. Maybe aspects, and those aspects need to be identified. Did it help you?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Okay, I have Oscar here, and then Helena, and then we'll move on.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Oscar.
Yeah, Uncle Bright. For instance, if I conduct a study on, let's say, factors influencing dropout rate in IPTP, and you want to reproduce what I have done, are you going to copy the same topic in terms of publication for people to actually see whether what I have done, you were able to reproduce it or not? Or would the topic be the same, or you add some kind of element to the topic?
So you are based in Ghana, isn't it? Oscar, you're in Ghana?
Yes, I'm in Ghana.
Okay, so once you have done this research you have described now, and if I want to reproduce it, I will fly to your institute in Ghana and sit with you. You give me your protocol, you give me everything, your analysis code, everything. Then I sit somewhere there try to see if I can reproduce what you have done. That is reproducibility. Once it goes, I'm doing it outside your institute, then I'm trying to do what? Who can help us? We discussed yesterday.
Replication.
Replication. So you have now moved to the context of replication. Reproducibility is, I am using exactly the same thing you have used. And just to emphasize that yesterday we said replication is oftentimes impossible. So the minimum standard scientists should achieve is reproducibility. And reproducibility is enhanced when you properly document what you have done intentionally, sincerely, so that somebody comes, uses what you have done, and produces the same results you have got. And where this is not possible, then that is a problem. And you can see that reproducibility is actually a prelude to replication. A prelude to replication. So if you're not able to reproduce, then it may be even difficult to replicate. Because those who are doing it in other contexts may not know that you have done something wrong or cheated. And they come and say, oh, we're not getting the same results. What is the problem? Not really that the results are different if you did it right. Or perhaps the person has maneuvered the way and the results are not the same. All right, I hope that is sufficient for you, Oscar. Helena?
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Doc. I know that you have said and explained a lot, but please, a little clarification. I want to know if for reproducibility, it has to be done in the same setting.
Yes, Helena. Yeah, you are right when you say that. I have said a lot, and I've really said a lot about it. You just want to hear me say it again. I will say it again, Helena. That's why I'm here this week. Yes, it has to be done in the same setting. The setting, and yesterday when we defined, it has to be the same. The only thing that differs in reproducibility, can somebody help me, is what?
The investigator.
The investigator. So the setting and every other thing you implemented should be the same. It's just investigator that is different. In replication, everything is different. Okay, let's take the last one.
Thank you.
All right, Damilola. Damilola, are you there?
You mentioned that if I want to reproduce the work of a person, maybe in the University of Ghana.
Damilola, your voice is far away, so I'm not hearing you clearly. Damilola, can you speak to your mic?
Hello, can you hear me now?
You're still far away. Are you in the presidential villa?
Hello. No.
No, you have even gone farther away.
Oh my God. Hello.
Okay, speak.
Hello.
Let's see. Let's speak if you can pick some things. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so you mentioned that if I want to reproduce a person's work in Ghana, that I have to see the person. I have to fly down, maybe see the person. But in these days of, communication, online communication and all, isn't it possible maybe I see the work online? Maybe I download the paper and I see the work and it's something I would like to reproduce.
Yeah, fantastic.
I can send an email to the person.
Yeah. That is Damilola, let me just cut you short. Sorry about that. That is okay. Exactly. The issue is that because the example we're using when Oscar mentioned, he mentioned you're doing a study and some of the data you have collected them in Ghana. But if something that is transferable online, yes, in fact, reproducibility has got to the point where, you know, we will deal with these things today. It may involve code analysis codes, and people have published analysis codes online and their data, accompanying data online. So you don't need to go there, you just download those and try to rerun them and see if you get the same answer. Okay, so in that case you can do that. But if it involves something like Kelvin was giving an example of a lab, then you can't do that online, really. You have to travel. Okay, let's take the last one, Nkechi. After that, I'm not taking a new one. All right, Nkechi Ewuru.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, please, my question is still on this reproducibility and then replicability. Then you say that that in reproducibility, that one can also use the same topic the first author used to reproduce the work.
Okay, I can't hear you again.
My question, I said, my question is, you said that one can use the same topic which the former author used. Then my question is it possible to change the topic, but it will be a kind of related topic, then you now do a kind of related
do you mean
using the same method?
Do you mean in reproducibility or in replication?
In both.
No. So in both, the topics have to be the same. In both, the topics have to be the same. But what differentiates either of them is that in reproducibility, everything is the same except the investigator. In replication, the topic is the same, but implementation and investigators are different. Okay.
Then what of the sample?
Everything.
Will the sample still be the same?
Everything in reproducibility is the same.
Wow.
Okay, everything is the same.
The second investigator must collect the sample the first investigator used.
Everything has to be the same.
Okay. Sir.
So if you are looking at, let's say, what do I use as example now? Okay, we are looking at reproducibility. We are developing questionnaire in this class, and then on Thursday you produce your results, and somebody wants to reproduce your results, and after Thursday, the person has to collect that data from the same people, from these people here who have gone through this class. Okay, these people here. It has to be the same in every angle. All right, group 3, please help us. And please remember to put your group number. Group 3, please help us. We are waiting for you. Goodness me, looks like group 3 is doing the same thing they did yesterday. Group 3, are you here?
Yes, here, Alberto.
Please, can you go on and tell us what you have, your case?
Okay. Let me just share screen a moment.
Yeah, we're waiting for you, Alberto, please. We can see your screen, so go ahead and tell us what you have. Alberto, are you speaking? Group 3, you're giving us trouble. Let's go to group 5.
His mic is off.
So why is he off? Why did he mute himself? Alberto, we're not hearing you.
Okay, now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was saying that our summary about the case of Dr. Ranjit, our summary is this, that Dr. Chandra scammed about $2 million on OAJP. The resume of the summary, he concocted a devil shame to cheat the Ontario public, okay, defrauded the public healthcare system, the key elements of the case, and also performed the little no service by having no equipment to do on this office, to do the service that he promoted. Also, he paid some people money to falsify the system. When also he called to face a charge that he didn't show up. Also, we agree that this misconduct of Dr. Ranjit affected research somehow. This is a doctor, and a lot of person look of them because of it. A lot of person look for doctors for services and also
okay, thank you, Alberto. I think we have to stop here now so that we can give time too. All right. So, like I said yesterday, we're not going to the cases again. But when you are presenting a case study approach. So, Alberto, you can stop sharing. The case study approach is that you first describe the case. Okay. First describe the case. After describing the case, then you can discuss other things, implications, and things like that. Okay, let's go to group 5.
Okay, group 5. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning.
I don't know. I'm waiting for the person that should share a screen, but I'm supposed to speak on behalf of group 5.
You don't have it on your screen.
I don't have it on my screen. Someone is supposed to.
Is anyone in group 5 ready to share the screen? Okay, Jack. Please.
Yeah, I can share it.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Jacqueline. Can you people hear me?
We hear you clearly.
Yes. All right, thank you. I'm Chineye from Nigeria, and I'm speaking on behalf of Group 5. Yesterday, we had a case study on Diederik Alexandra Stapel, who is a Dutch former professor of social psychology at Tilburg University. He was accused of research fraud in 2011. He was suspended for fabricating and manipulating data for his research publications. And of course, it affected dozens of his research publications. About 58 of his publications were retracted. And the problem was that he fabricated and manipulated data, which was a fraud in scientific research. There was a breach of scientific integrity. There was intellectual dishonesty because the publications were widely publicized. And because he was a professor, there was the students who worked with him were afraid of being victimized, and so he was the sole investigator duplicating his results. So there was also a case of self-plagiarism, so to say. And he told the media about what he has done. Actually, he apologized for what he did when he was investigated, but there was also self-justification of what he did at some points. The problem of the case, I've just mentioned all that. He was replicating his results. The data were unable to be found with other scientists and researchers. And then any reproducibility problem, yes, the falsification of the data. He was the same investigator duplicating the results at every point in time. Any remedy for the problem? Yes, we have to reduce the rewards associated with fraud, increase the cost of fraud to the perpetrators, and most importantly, increase the chances of such fraud, reduce the chances of such fraud continuing. Any impacts on the field of science and research. Falsification has not been suspected to see how many false positives were emerged, but as Stapel admitted that he had falsified the data of those articles. It can also affect the policies. There will be economic impact, social impact, and other impact. Of course, that research misled the public. So there was going to be undermine of public trust in science.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Group 5. So Group 5 was holding the case that I thought was, please, you can stop sharing. We'll move on. A case that I thought was quite interesting. One of the things Dedrick Stapel did in his research, he said he was a professor of psychology and social science there. So he said that carnivores are more selfish than vegetarians. Okay, so those who eat meat were more selfish than vegetarians. The media carried this. His papers were published on the top journals. Science, Science as a journal is one of the toppest in the world. So he published several of his papers in those journals. And then he was found. His students were asking him information to get the data he was using. He would refuse to give them. He will analyze the data for them and give them the result. And this happened for several years. And they started who is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so when he was caught, a committee was set to investigate, and they found out that he has been doing this. He confessed. This is one of the things he said. He said, "I failed as a scientist," he said. "I adapted research data and fabricated research, not once, but several times, not for a short period, but over a longer period of time. I realized that I shocked and angered my colleagues because of my behavior. I put my field, social psychology, in a bad light. I am ashamed of it and I deeply regret. I think it's important to emphasize that I never informed my colleagues of my inappropriate behavior. I offer my colleagues, my PhD students, and the complete academic community my sincere apologies." Okay. Do you all accept his apologies? Do you forgive him?
No.
You don't?
Oh, why?
Yes.
We forgive him.
Yes.
He has
Yes,
taken
we
out.
forgive
What of the
him.
damage done? What
Yes,
of the
we
damage he
accepted
has
his
done
apology.
already?
He has
What do
accepted
you do about
The
that?
damage is done cannot be repaired.
That's
Yes.
all. It cannot.
We have to forgive him.
Yeah, we
We
still
have to
owe him
forgive.
forgiveness.
I
The
believe,
damage
hello,
cannot
I
be
believe
undone.
even his community forgave him because he got another job even after being expelled from his university. So even his community forgave him. So who are we not to forgive him?
Okay, imagine he was not found out. Imagine he was not found out. Would he have come out to apologize?
So I believe there are
Okay, it's enough, it's enough, it's
Maybe
enough, it's
And
enough.
what about the trust? What about the trust in
It's
the
enough,
on
my
that?
people. It's enough. It's enough. It's enough. Let me separate. Let me separate the fight. It's enough now. I put you into the trouble. You see how we are speaking. So I just wanted to test you, and I see that now. Yeah, we forgive you. We don't.
Doug,
Who's speaking?
there was quite a contradiction between Group 2 and Group 5. One of the presentations. One said when a committee was formed, Group 2 says that, no, Group 3 says he didn't show up.
Mm-hmm.
But another one said, based on what you said, it means that he showed up. So which is which?
Okay.
Did we work on the same personality?
His own time has passed now. Let's discuss our own time. We're in our own time now. Now, what do we do? Okay. These are examples that have been set, and we have to learn from
What does
this.
that mean?
We have to learn from these examples, okay, to ensure that our own work do not go in the same direction. So you can see how easy it is for some of us to say, crucify him, knock him out, don't forgive him, that guy, what of the damage he has done? And so I'm saying that, well, let's forgive him. What if he's apologizing because he wants to be adapted again and things like that? Anyway, let's not wait until we get there. We need to learn from these examples and refine our own studies. All right. Thank you very much, group 3 and group 5 for your presentation. And I hope these presentations have helped you to understand what is happening in the scientific community. I hope that has done that job. And that is the essence of going through these cases. Now, I will send you to your groups, and this is what I would like you to do. Reproducibility is what we aim for. Irreproducibility is what we don't want. Dedrick Staple and all the cases you reviewed since yesterday went direction of irreproducibility. So there may be things that are causing irreproducibility. So what you should do, you can take a picture of this. When I send it to your group now, your group should take 30 minutes to make a list of potential causes of irreproducible scientific research. And as we did yesterday, please keep your phones aside. Let's think. Focus on your first impression of the possible causes or factors. And then you come back, I will give each group 2 minutes to tell us what you have found. I hope it's clear for everybody. So take a picture of this before I shut it out. Causes of irreproducible scientific research. All right, I'm pushing you now to your group. So choose your group and go to your group. So each group shall appoint somebody that will speak for them. 2 minutes. When you come back, 2 minutes. So I will call you back when it's time to call you back. You are in the main room now, so please remember to mute yourself. Let's start with group 1. Group 1, in 2 minutes, tell us what you have.
One for the movie.
Group 1. Who is speaking for group 1?
Yeah, can you please share the document, group 1? Anyone from group 1, please share the document. Okay, thank you. So in group 1, we have discussed some point are potentially causing irreproducibility in scientific research. These points include lack of adequate funding or resource for research, influence from the funders, poor statistical analysis or sample analysis, sample collection, problem with study design, randomization, blinding, inadequate, incomplete reporting of research finding or result, problem with data collection and data analysis, ignorance and lack of ethical commitment, finding falsification and conflict of interest, use of unreliable equipment with which can produce incorrect results, and physical environment condition and setting of the experiment. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Thanks very much. All right, let's go to group 2. Anyone speaking for group 2?
Somebody is speaking for us. I think mic is off.
Dami, please, could you put on mute yourself and speak? I'm not sure we can hear you.
Okay, let's go to group 3.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm speaking for group 3. Okay, for group 3, some of the causes that we're able to highlight include lack of access to methodological details, the characteristic of the raw materials, then lack of access to raw data of the original work, that's not having the detailed data from the original work. Number 3 can be lack of research materials. Number 4, pressure for promotion, that is to get to the next level of career, pressure to publish. Number 5 can be poor mastery of the methodology of the original research. Number 6 can be limited funding, putting pressure on the researcher. Number 7 can be greed for fame, then lack of adequate equipment. Number 9 can be research. Research from some funding institution can tint the research to meet their own needs instead of the researcher putting out the real outcome of the research. Number 10 can be lack of having collaborators, that is, which can cause difficulty in finding data of support. Number 11 can be lack of mentors and having good mentorship. 12 can be time bound to submit reports, to meet the deadline to submit reports. 13 is many researchers do not have the knowledge or the tools needed to analyze, to interpret, and the storing data. And the last, the culture that rewards novel findings can undermine the research. Thank you.
Thank you, group 3. Just wait there. Did you do all this without phones? Computers?
Yes, please. We did.
Great. 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 Is somebody admitting that he uses phone? Is that what I'm hearing? Great. All right, this your list is fantastic, and I like the part where you mentioned who is doing that? Who is doing that? All right. The aspect you mentioned, lack of skills, not having the tools, the know-how to do what you need to do. That is a very big contributor. And I mean, as this list go through, please see if you find yourself in any of those aspects. See if you find yourself, because the reason for taking this course is to learn, to improve, to drop what you do that may not be Grace Udoyen, please mute yourself always. All right, so what you do that is not expected, to change the culture. That is the reason for having this course. Okay, that is the reason for having this course, so that you can do better. So please see if you find yourself on any of those items the groups are presenting. And once you find yourself, you know that then there is a trajectory that you produce irreproducible research. You know, when you live here this week, and you have the resolve to change the culture, you go to your institutions. Please don't be too hasty. Change is always difficult. So try to map out strategies you can implement to begin to see how change can come to your system. And I hope that our project for Friday, some of the groups can come with some innovative ideas of some initiatives that can be taken. Please think of your context. Think of the African context. This is one of the courses I teach here, in my university here. And at the time when I taught this course, I gave them the same project to develop reproducibility initiative that can be implemented. One of the groups came with a fantastic idea. And the idea is to build a reproducibility booth on campus, have reproducibility days in which people can be brought to talk about that. Print t-shirts that reflect reproducibility and have some synonyms, make your research this and that. Print pens, print posters and put on the doors. So start having some activities that can help to enhance reproducibility. So when you go back, I know you would have gained this energy from ASFI. I'm going to do this, but you have to have a strategy. You have to think of how you are going to implement this, because we are sending you out as soldiers to influence the culture of where you are. I tell you, it's not that easy, but it's workable. When I came to the university where I am here now, just a little over 4 years, there was no training like this. Rarely was these issues discussed. Rarely was these issues discussed. Please, if you don't meet yourself, I will kick you out. So I saw it, and then I developed this course. And so my own contribution was to start from the course and to start from the future generation. Because when I go to my professor, who is near retiring, or other colleagues, you know, people begin to complain, you have argument, this and that. So I thought of catching that generation that will develop a culture of reproducibility and move on. And so when I bring them to the class, we give opportunity to discuss. And many of them will confess that, do you know, this is the first time I'm hearing this. I've never heard about this before. Some of them are at the stage of defending their thesis. And some of them will say, wow, how I wish I had this course before I started my PhD. I wish. There are many things I would have done differently. But it's not too late. You still go for your postdoc. So this is time for you to now brainstorm and think of how you move in that direction. So it is very important to think about this. One of the groups came last semester when I taught this course, and they said their project they presented, goodness, who is that? Grace O'Donnell. Please mute yourself.
Yes, sir. I don't know what yes, sir.
Great. And their project is that this course, they want to develop a strategy so that this course.
I hope I have.
No, you have not muted yourself. You keep going off and on.
Okay.
So
That's the system issue.
So leave it there now.
Let me use that. Okay.
So they want to persuade the postgraduate committee to make this course compulsory for PhD students. That is one strategy. So the point I'm making here is change has to start from you. This course should push you to the limit of making a resolve. The limit of making a resolve of taking a trajectory that has been different from. In fact, just to tell you the truth, because well, let me whisper it. Don't tell it to anybody. I know that we are all affected by this issue of reproducibility. Okay? Don't tell it to anybody. But we are all affected. To be frank with you, there are changes we all have to do. If there is anybody who is not affected by these issues, just raise your hand. If you think you are not affected, you are not implicated, you have been doing it the right way, just raise your hand. Okay, nobody's raising the hand. So now then I can speak louder. Okay, so the point there is this. We have to have a resolve as scientists of African descent to do our research work excellently. Let's build a generation that thinks about excellence. That is what ASFI is all about. So one day I meet you maybe in Addis Ababa. or Accra or Cairo or Johannesburg or wherever, Nigeria, Abuja, I can say, wow, look at where I have gone to. It's exciting to have such. In fact, last year when we had this course, one group came with a fantastic idea, and the idea was to have a reproducibility boot camp for Africans. Oh, that was fantastic. And I was saying, wow, how do we should have an industry. The way it works is we can have an industry that can fund such a research. We have big industries in Africa. We have MTN, we have Shell, we have those big companies that can fund. Let's say we have 1 week of not conference, but a camp where we can camp and discuss the issues of transparency, excellence, reproducibility in research. That was the proposal of the group. And these are fantastic ideas. The goal from this course is that we go out and make a change starting from yourself, because we are all implicated. Make a change. Revise the trajectory that you think has not been the right trajectory you should be going. All right, group 4, please go on and give us what you have.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Chimi from Cameroon, coordinator group 4. What we are coming out with the potential cause of irreproducibility. We say that is the inability of different researchers using the same method and data previously used to obtain the same results. And the cause is the lack of standardized protocol, lack of transparency, inexperience and inadequate mentorship, poorly calibrated instruments and materials, inadequate funding, especially in LMC. We also see the poor sampling of technique, the poor statistical analysis and unsatisfying finding, the degeneration of sample, the pressure to publish, and the viability in environmental conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chimi, Laura. So you also have Chimi and you have Laura, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Chimi Law.
Chimi Law. Oof, that's French, eh?
It's a French
anyway,
name, yeah.
let me use the African one, Chimi. That is easier to say. All right, thank you. Group 4. Let's go to group 5. Group 5.
Yes, I'm here.
Please tell us what you have.
Sorry, my group mate, please share the.
Yeah, we are sharing.
Thank you very much, Prof. I am Kazim Akiumi. I'm representing group 5. And I'm speaking in Nigeria.
So are you sharing your screen?
She should share it, but I have my
okay.
thought is here.
Go on.
Okay. So what of we have actually identified some problem, like they have said, lack of technical know-how in amongst most of African researchers. 2 is that there is lack of knowledge. Knowledge about reproducibility is lacking. Even when people know about it, there is no urge for them to actually practice reproducibility. Also, there is a rush for publication. This idea of publish or perish, or you will not move, or you will not be promoted, is actually making people not producing reproducible results. Also, lack of inadequate check and balances. There are no check and balances. So people people can just be all in all. They can do whatever they like, and that encourages it. Also, there is inadequate funding because people have to self-sponsor their research. They have to self-sponsor their research. So to go back and reproduce will be a bit costly, and therefore people will just publish their result. Also, we take researches, we do conduct researches outside our field of specialization. And with that, if you have students who bring in, if they bring in results, because we lack the knowledge in that field, then we'll be tempted to accept the results that way. Also, well, there is no, how do I put it now? We do not have something like normal documentation, lack of documentation, and even places where we can warehouse our data, at least for some time, so that people can check. And then that would actually put us in right frame of mind. Those are our submissions, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Group 5, that is fantastic as well. To see. You mentioned that one of the factors is that there is no urge. There is no motivation. I see somebody entered here. Is the person who wrote ASFI? Who is that? There's a name ASFI. Who is that? Goodness me. That name is a reserved name. So change your, if you are not really ASFI, change to your real name, because we can deal with you with taking our name. But the point here is that there is no urge. There is no urge. Yeah, that is true. But this week, after this week, I hope you will have no excuse of saying there's no urge anymore, because you have the motivation for one whole week to go forward. This is forward ever, backward never. Forward ever, backward never. Let's take it from here and ensure that we don't go back to what we used to do. Okay, group 2 says they are ready. Let's hear group 2. Group 2, are you coming up? Okay, group 6, give us what you have.
Group 2 is ready, please. Okay, sorry, I was having an issue with my laptop.
Yeah, Daminola, we can't listen to you in that circumstance. You have so much echo.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, please. I may not be able to share my screen.
Your screen is being shared.
Okay, thank you. All right. So
no, the screen is for group 6, sir.
The screen is for group 6.
Yes, sir.
All right. So Daminola, group 6, stop sharing. Give us what you have in group 2. Let's move on.
Thank you. So we talked about the causes of reproducibility.
Reduce the volume on your second device, please.
Okay. Is it okay now? Sorry. First,
it's okay.
Greed, then self-centeredness. That has to be we deal with a lack of collaboration with experienced individuals, then lack of thoroughness, cutting corners, laziness on the part of the researcher, not putting in the required effort in the course of the research, then time factor constraints, little time given to the students to carry out the research. Maybe the research objective is more than the student can achieve or the researcher can achieve within the available time. Then resource constraints, terms of financial constraints, technological constraints, for example, in Africa where we are, then the ignorance on the part of the researcher and lack of expertise or the technical know-how, then the publish or perish syndrome in some countries among the high institutions where it's either the researcher publishes for promotion or it will remain on the spot for years. So it may not be thorough enough to carry out a kind of research that will be reproducible by another researcher in a different environment. Then bad results due to inefficient data analysis. When the data obtained is given to a person that doesn't really know much about data analysis, so the results, of course, will be also bad. Then poor mentoring of young scientists who are maybe inexperienced in research methodologies and ethics. Maybe the supervisor that is supposed to supervise and help the researcher or take the researcher through the ethics and the methodologies is not available to do that. Then some mentors or supervisors' attitude. Some mentors, they just keep prolonging the work, refusal to approve the mentee's research or the supervisor's research on time. Then change in geographic of sample site, maybe, for example, in Lagos that is constantly developing. Maybe a particular researcher carries out a research in a particular area, and for another person to carry out that same research, the other person gets there and has been developed into a massive building, or maybe a road construction, a road network has been developed. So such a research may not be reproducible, although maybe repeatability in this sense. Then the weak accountability research, accountability system in the Nigerian or the African setting. We know accountability. The researchers anybody can just decide on a particular day to just go ahead and carry out a research, and we just go ahead and publish it. So there is no check. Then there is poor reward for brilliant research. Maybe a person goes the extra effort to carry out a very good research, but there is no motivation, there is no encouragement. Then we talked about some simple measures to be able to combat this, maybe beefing up design standards.
No combating. We want just the causes only.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
So I think we are done.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't share my screen. Sorry.
Okay. Let's go to group 6.
Good morning. I am presenting for group 6. I hope you are hearing me.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, so some of the causes of irreproducibility that we mentioned, one is small sample size, as small sample size can yield invalid results sometimes, so that might make it difficult for someone to reproduce, to do a reproducibility study on that. And also fabricated or falsified results by researchers can also make it difficult for someone to do a reproducibility research on the research that someone wants to undertake. For experimental study design is also something that we have mentioned, and for standardization of work. Okay, faulty tools or equipment used during the research can also make it difficult for someone to do a reproducibility course, due to the fact that if someone wants to do the same thing, might yield a different results, which can make it difficult for someone to produce the same research. Ambiguous data collection can also lead to the same results. Unclear or undeclared protocol can also make it difficult for someone to do a reproducibility research. Bias in the sample size is also another thing that we have discussed. Wrong data analysis method used can also make it difficult for someone in some of the causes that we have also mentioned. Intellectual theft, like one of my colleagues mentioned, that someone can steal your research whilst don't have the knowledge or the know-how or how to undertake that research and end up producing false or wrong research data. competition for also grant can also lead to producing wrong or unclear research that might make others also to find it difficult to replicate the same research or to duplicate it. Unclear objectives is also another thing that we have discussed. If your objectives are not clear, it makes it difficult for someone to replicate the same result research. Predatory journals that all accept all kinds of research without a proper peer review and publish it might also make it difficult for someone to do a proper replicate the research. Unjustified authorship, like what we mentioned yesterday, can also make it difficult for someone to do a reproducibility study, because you might find it difficult to get proper data if you need to qualify some clarification on some issues. So loss of information due to improper documentation is also another cost that we have mentioned. Inflation of minor results and ignoring of important results. Inflation of minor results, like to suit your research, can also make it difficult for someone to duplicate your research. And ignoring of important results, maybe to suit the company or the funders of your research, might also affect the reproducibility of the research. Lack of sharing information to the team members might also affect it due to the fact that someone, if you're the only one having the information and you end up dying or something else happened to the data, you lost it somewhere without sharing it with your colleagues, and also makes it difficult for others to replicate that research because they will not be able to get information when they need it. Thank you. That's all we have for this.
Thank you. Thank you, Group 6. Yeah. Let's hear from Group 7.
Okay, so Group 7, I'm coming to, share my screen. Please, can you see my screen, please?
We are seeing your files.
Oh,
and I
okay.
can see ASFI somewhere there.
Okay.
I think you just show us your file. Can see your folder. We don't need to see your secrets.
I see now.
We're not seeing your screen. We are seeing your folder. So you're sharing your folder, not your screen. You have not opened the file.
Can you see now, please?
No. Stop sharing what you're sharing. Open the file.
Okay.
Open the file. Have you opened the file?
Yes, I've opened the file.
Yeah. Now bring up your Zoom, and then you go for share screen.
Okay.
Then you should find the file that is open and double click it. Tamilala, we are hearing you, so you better mute your mic.
So it is not seen here.
We are seeing your email. Open your file, or somebody else from Group 7 can do that.
Okay, can I just continue, please?
If you want to continue without sharing, just go ahead.
Okay. Let me start. Okay, so please, my name is Idris Salifu from Ghana. I'm presenting on behalf of Group 7. Our task was to, discuss on the causes of irreproducibility. And as our colleagues have already presented, we also came about with some causes or some possible causes of irreproducibility. So first of all, we came to a consensus that lack of raw data can cause what we call irreproducibility, whereby when someone conducts a research, they also want to reproduce that study, and the data that was used is not available, it will be difficult for you to reproduce such a research paper. And we also came to a consensus that the cause of falsification of the data can also be a cause whereby the person falsified or fabricated the data. It's difficult for you to, reproduce the same paper. Then we have lack of scientific research training, or what we call the mentorship, like what we are having now. If you don't have any, training or any mentorship on how to reproduce, it's difficult for you to reproduce a paper. Then we have a lack of knowledge on the standardized protocol that was used. If you don't have knowledge on the protocol that was used in that paper, it's difficult for you to reproduce such paper. Then we also have what we call hyper competition, what we call whereby scientists, they also want to be seen as one of the toppest scientists. So they will be quick in, probably reporting their data, or quick in publishing the research that they are conducting. So if you are quick in reporting it, it's difficult for you to reproduce the paper that was, published. Then hiring of inexperienced scientists. If you want to reproduce a paper, then you hire some consultant, or you hire scientists that, or you collaborate with scientists that do not have any knowledge on, the protocols or the standardized that you are using. It's difficult for you to, also reproduce the paper. Then we also have what we call time variation. Time variation in the sense that there are some, indicators, or there are some variables, or there are some research papers that when it is conducted and it takes long time and you want to reproduce such papers, some external factors or some geographical factors can influence it, result, and it's difficult for you to reproduce it. And the last one we came about was the lack of funding. When we all know that scientific papers or scientific research is very expensive, so if there's no any fund available, it's difficult for you to reproduce, a paper. And these are some of the possible causes of irreproducibility of research papers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Idrisu. All right, let's go to group 8 finally.
Okay, I'm going to be presenting for group 8. My name is Ashikola Moye. Just a minute, please. I seem to be. Just a minute. I'm sorry, sir. I'm doing this on my phone, so there's a bit of a problem. But if you don't mind, I can just go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead if you find it difficult.
Yes, basically we divided the causes of irreproducibility into two: internal causes and external causes. Internal causes that we discussed include laziness or greed on the part of the researcher. But that's true. We also discussed desperation for growth as a researcher. That's an internal cause. We discussed lack of knowledge or poor knowledge about research methodology. We discussed character traits such as selfishness and self-centeredness or egoism. And those were the internal causes of reproducibility that we discussed. The other part, which is external, we talked about inadequate funding or low budget. We talked about statistical flaws in result collection. We talked about pressure to publish or perish, which is basically is what happens in most universities that researchers are attached to. We also talked about lack of supervision, and finally, we talked about lack of ethical review or the failure of the researcher to go through ethical review. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Group 8. And I think I like the approach you use by dividing into internal and external causes of irreproducibility. Yeah, so there are intersections. There are intersections of items across the groups, which is good. So I mean overlap of some of those factors you have outlined. So you have presented it, and I think we all agree. Grace, Grace Udoyen. So you're still not muted. Now I want to meet you. Once I meet you, once I meet you, don't touch it again. So once I meet you,
Okay,
don't touch
mute,
it again.
please.
Now,
Okay.
so don't touch it now. Don't touch it, leave it that way. All right, so let me share my screen and Oscar, do you want to say something?
Yeah. I'm getting a feedback.
Oscar, do you hear yourself? That's terrible to hear. Okay, let me move on. Causes of irreproducibility. This is not different from the things you have done without looking at your phone. Okay. The nature survey I presented yesterday, they went on to ask the question, what factors contribute to irreproducible research? So you can see the factors, the way they have ranked them: selective reporting, pressure to publish, low statistical power or poor analysis, not replicated enough in original lab, insufficient oversight, mentoring, methods, code unavailable, poor experimental design, raw data not available from original lab, fraud, insufficient peer review. I think all these agree with the list you have provided to be causes. Please mute yourself. Please mute yourself. If you look at the right side, let's question asked to some researchers: what drives people to commit research misconduct? And you can see what we highlighted yesterday. Grace, you have touched that in again, and
I have not. I'm only touching the screen to enlarge the screen to see.
yeah, so perhaps your screen is sensitive and it unmutes you. So somebody is saying poor supervision.
Doc, can I ask my question now?
No, not yet, okay, Oscar. This person says, I was scared to go to my PI. He used to scream and yell at me when things did not work as planned. Does anyone have this experience? Poor supervision, scared of your supervisor.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor
Yes, sir.
shouting.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there are many voices.
Terrible.
Yes, so
Who wants to share? Two
I would
people
like
can
to
share.
share, sir.
Who is
I would like to
speaking?
share, sir. Rolayo.
Rolayo, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a PI and every little thing she screams. Sometimes last year we were in the field on the survey studies in another state, and we realized that we've gotten the ethical clearance. And on getting to the field, she wanted to change the study site to another study site, which I know kidnapping is currently happening there in Oyo State. And trying to explain to her, everything became a fight. We couldn't do the work. At the end of the day, the person she wanted to follow to do the work was the same person that caused the crisis in the same Oyo State. That is the kingpin of the Fulani kidnappers there. So if we had not had that argument or she had listened to us, we would have done our work without shouting, without screaming. So even to recommend a study site to her now, I'm afraid to approach her, afraid to correct her, afraid to talk to her. So I stayed off field surveys. I don't want to have anything to do with any projects until she's retired. Yes.
That's a long time. How long is that?
She has 2 more years, sir.
2 more years. So you be patient. Oh,
Unfortunately,
goodness me.
I'm next to her. And she's been so bitter that when she's gone, I'm going to take over. So she's done so many things to transfer me. It has been reversed, and so she's quite unapproachable, and it's affecting the work.
Okay. So you can see that this is not just experience picked from the sky. It's something that is a reality people are facing. Okay, I have Michael who wants to give his experience as well.
Okay, thank you, sir. Even me, I had such an experience when I was doing my master's degree. In my research, my supervisor was all the times screaming, and it gets me into a difficult to decide on the way forward. As I was trying to reconcile with the sample size, how I should do, but I would do, but the man or the professor was yelling at me, he was screaming at me. So I get confused a lot. At the end of the day, I was consulting some people who were biostatisticians to give me advice, but he was, the man was denying those technical or professional advices from those biostatisticians. But this is a problem to most of us in these academic issues. And I think it is because of one thing you said before, that maybe due to selfishness of some people.
Thank
Yes,
you
they
very
don't
much.
like to expose their ideas.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael. So this is a reality. Why I'm bringing it forward so that you think about is this. Don't allow what I call generational curses. Okay? Once you have attended this training this week, you have to break from generational curses in your research. Let me explain. You shouldn't be, well, that was how my supervisor did it. He treated students in this way, and you have to treat your students in that way. No, you have to break away from that. You have to know that you are part of soldiers around the world who have dedicated their lives to bring change to the society. And so because you have that mission, you should change your perspective of how to do your own research, of how to relate to other people, your superiors, your juniors, because you have a mission. That mission should always be the defining point. Okay? So break from generational curses. People have done it that way, but which way will you do it, and why are you doing it in that way? All right, the second thing is inadequate training. This person is saying, after 2 years of a postdoctoral fellowship, I still don't know how to properly publish Western blot data. It may not be Western blot data, it may be publishing itself, publishing my research, writing my paper, doing my research properly, answering reviewers' comments, and so on and so forth. This is an experience somebody has. Inadequate, I don't have adequate training. Is this an example? Is this something any of you is used to hear? Is that a familiar thing? It may not be. It may not be you directly. It may also be to someone else. Yeah, Juliet, you want to say something?
I'm just concurring that yes, what you are saying is true.
It's
We've
true.
heard that. Yeah,
It's true.
and it's common.
It's common. It's common. So this is why ASFI, we're trying to do our best to equip you, to arm you, to be able to do better. Take the knowledge you get and also implement in your different places so that you can support juniors to do well. The tools we are giving you across our courses are not something you just get used to doing overnight. You need to practice. You need to practice them. You need to practice them. And then you get used to them. So those who attended our course, the Art of Scientific Writing and Publishing in December, you can see that when you look at the testimonials, who say, well, I have been struggling, but now I see, and I think I can improve in my research. It's like a habit you need to form. It's like a habit you need to form. Sacrifices are required. Failures are part of that. For those who were there, one of the sessions I presented atomic habits. And I use the example of the British cycling industry and the turnaround that happened. It requires gradual, patient approach, picking out, growing with an intention to succeed, Otherwise, instead of going in a vertical pathway, you are not going horizontal, you're just cycling the same place. So these are skills that you require time to form, but you need to have intention to do that. Competitive pressures. I felt it was necessary to get a paper in a high-profile journal in order to get a faculty position. Is this familiar space for you?
Yes, sir.
You're facing pressure?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Only one person is
category A journals only. That's what they like to say here.
Yeah, I didn't get that, Shegun.
Yes, sir. I thought we're facing pressure here too. So everybody is rushing to journals that you find in school or NAGO or stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Great. You see, that is the same thing everywhere. You see, that is the same thing everywhere. This pressure we're talking about is the same everywhere, regardless of where you go. In this part of the world we are. We had a leadership training last year. And in that leadership training, it brought several PIs in my university. And we had to relate our experiences. And I told them that I am one of the worst scientists you find around. And people were asking why, So, well, because I don't approach my science the way others approach it. You hear about, I publish a paper in Nature, I publish in Lancet, I publish in that. I keep hearing this, So there is a focus on what you publish, how much you publish. Yeah, that is very important. But there is less on the culture of science. So I was telling them that I try to focus on that to make what I do good, excellent. But somebody said, but Bright, you are one of the guys we are looking, you're publishing a lot, I said, well, I'm not sure how you define that, but the fact is that that has not been my focus. Yes, I have papers that come up now and then, publish, but they are as a result of investment of excellence I have made. And then collaborations expand. And so different collaborators are publishing and my name is there. But I try to focus in anything I am doing on the excellent part of the game. Okay, the pressure is there. And if you try to do things in the right way, it takes you longer time. But as a scientist, you have come into this space. What is the most important for you? Publish quickly and climb the ladder, or that I will take my time to do what I need to do it well, that will be most beneficial to the system. I mean, this is an argument we can continue to have, but you have a decision to make with regards to the pressure. Personal circumstances, I had been applying for a green card and felt pressure to make a good paper and get good publications. Individual psychology, half of me wanted to make my PI proud. The other half was terrified of failing. So I fabricated a piece of data. And if you are not caught like Stample, who will forgive you? We wouldn't know. The ones we know are the ones that we found out. So these are some of the causes, and I know that you have mentioned quite a lot. So okay, who is adding that? Let me see who is writing that. That is Fatma. Fatma is saying one of the problems is promotion committee rules. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So can you explain that a little bit, Fatma?
Assalamu alaikum. I am Fatma from Cairo. I am Fatma Bulkhair, Assistant Professor of Maternity Nursing. It's for me, it is the first time to know about reproducibility, and I touched a lot of resistance you listed in the form. And also for in my mind, I added the committee promotion guideline and the committee rules. In our nursing field, we promoted by a committee to appreciate another degree. For me and my colleague, some of regulation rules make resistance to change because the committee personnel may be older and attached with the old ideas. So when we take the researches newly idea or use it a research to make reapplicability for one concept or another, they usually evaluated by low degrees. So it make us to avoid reapplicability for another researches or to reproduce other, and they usually make some of fear to go on the research and to waiting for evaluated by a low degree or something like this.
Yeah. So and I said it before, it's not so easy to change the culture that is there.
Yes. It's
But
very difficult.
but it's a process. It's a process, and that process starts with you. Okay. I was happy when Group 8 presented internal and external courses. That was good. So the internal ones are the ones that relate to you. You need to work on to change. Before you expect, in fact, I said, if you want to change somebody, the first thing you need to do is what? Can anybody help me?
Change yourself.
Change yourself. Oh, goodness me. That is difficult because usually there is nothing wrong with ourselves, isn't it? There's usually nothing wrong with ourselves. Anyway, so we have to start from ourselves, and then we move in the direction of trying to change the system. And that changing ourselves, you need to have very strong intention and motivation to move in the right path. All right. So let me move on. Our time is flying. A manifesto for reproducible science, threats to reproducible science. So this paper, I think we'll have it in the file, take time to read it. There's something that they mention here, call it hacking. Oh, goodness me. So this is, I almost kicked you out now. All right, so let's assume this is the research process. We generate and specify hypotheses. We design the study. We conduct the study and collect data. We analyze the data. We interpret results. We publish our study. So this is usually the way it goes. But it says threats to reproducibility. When you generate the hypothesis, failure to control for bias, design, low statistical power, which you have mentioned, conduct and collect data, poor quality control, analyze data and test hypothesis, p-hacking, your ability to pick some results and not others, to use certain statistical analysis that will give you some robust results. Who is that? So instead of going through this way, you come here, you analyze the data, then you check the results, and you go back to generate the hypothesis. So the hypothesis you specify is based on the result you have seen already. It's based on the result you have seen already. So this is a problem. Hypothesizing after the results are known. That is one of the big threats to reproducible research. That is not the way it should work. And that is why I say that you have to have focus. What can be done? We now know the causes. What can be done? Not every paper needs to be this from medicine, okay? But it's relevant to other fields. Not every paper needs to be, you can say, scientifically relevant or medically relevant, but they should all be reproducible. I mention it as the minimum, as the minimum. As a minimum requirement, reproducibility. Reproducibility is like brushing your teeth. Once you learn it, it becomes a habit. Tomorrow, one of those who will present, I think he is the first, is my PhD student who came here. When he came, oh goodness me, I am really impressed by the development he has made. Last year, he won a competition And that competition was an international competition of implementing reproducibility in your research. So when he came here, I had to take him through what is required. And today, he has brushed his teeth, get used to it, and he cannot deal without implementing reproducibility. And everyone in my group. So when you come, I have to ensure, that I'm not just teaching, we are doing it. And tomorrow he will show some of how he was able to implement this in his research. How to make more published research true. Yesterday, we started by Yonan this 2005 paper in which he says why most published research is false. Okay, now he has now published on that one, how to make more published research true. Large-scale collaboration, adoption of replication culture, registration of studies, protocols, analysis codes, data set, raw data, sharing of data and protocols, materials, reproducibility practices, containment of conflicted sponsors and authors, more appropriate statistical methods, standardization of definitions and analysis, more stringent thresholds for claiming discoveries or success, improvement of study design standards, improvement in peer review reporting, better training of scientific workforce in methods and statistical literacy. This is very important. Okay, I have Mesa. You have a hand up.
Yes, sir. I have a question about how to make more published research true. Like the first point, large-scale collaboration in research. If like I'm a PhD student, but the problem is that I'm working alone. Even my supervisor doesn't help well. So I have like this. I have really like a lot of problems to publish or to just make someone review my papers or articles and publish it. So how can I just find a solution for this problem?
Okay.
Thank you.
Is Mesa speaking somebody's mind here? Are there other people in the same situation?
Like my problem is that I'm working alone.
No, Mesa, I'm not asking you now. Mesa, I'm not asking you.
Okay, sorry. Because my internet is unstable, I think, so I didn't hear you well.
Yeah. Is there any other person who is in the same position as Mesa?
I raised my hand.
Idris, you are?
Yes, I was also having a similar issue with regards to the large-scale collaborators research. You know, I bet to differ a little bit because nowadays, even though you get a paper with so many authors which have been collaborated together to come out with that research, but most of these, authors or most of these collaborators did not contribute effectively, so they might not even know what someone can just write a paper, and because of you want to get someone need a paper to because so you just call his friends, oh, let me add your name, this person will add your name. So it's not always that when you get a paper. I know that when you have paper with so many authors, it reduces the effect of self-recycling as they normally explain.
Idrisu.
Yes.
Idrisu, are you alone in your team?
No.
Okay. So how is your situation similar to Mesa?
Yeah, so that's how I was trying to also argue a little bit about that.
Hey, don't argue, Idrisu, because what you're arguing now, if you and I enter into a debate, I'm going to win you in that. So don't go too far. Okay. So the issue is this. What we have here is large-scale collaborative research. It's not large-scale authorship. Do you get the first point, Idrisu?
Yes, Prof.
Yes. So what they're saying here is that for the project, you should collaborate across board. And there's no argument about that in terms of this kind of attitude to enhance reproducibility, because it introduces check and balance. That is more superior in enhancing reproducibility than one researcher doing it. Look at Staple. Staple we saw there, the Dutch researcher. He was alone. He refused to share. He refused to open this Pandora box he had of data he was dishing out. So large-scale collaborative research, we introduce check and balances, and these check and balances, we help to minimize irreproducibility. The authorship is something else, Idrisu. Because once you have conducted the research, then you begin to think of publishing it. And what you're describing is true. It happens, but even though it happens, even at the level of the authorship, it is more superior than having sole authorship. Sole authorship is not something we should encourage in science, especially in the week we are discussing this issue of reproducibility. But going to what Mesa is saying, yeah, Mesa, as you're growing in your career, you start from a point of baby. Yes, somebody takes care of you. This exposure you're having here gives you opportunity to begin to think ahead. Your current situation may not always be the situation you find yourself. There should be collaboration in research. So if your supervisor is not doing it, my PhD students will have weekly meetings. We are supposed to have a meeting today, but because of this, I've canceled it. We have weekly meetings. And in that weekly meetings, I have my PhD student, my postdoc, I have my research coordinator, and we all meet. And everybody will have time to tell us what they are doing, what they have done during the past week, what they will be doing in the next week. So it's a kind of reporting meeting we'll have, okay? And so if I have PhDs elsewhere as well, I try to integrate them in this. That doesn't stop me from having individual meetings. I have individual meetings with each of them, but these weekly meetings are open. And what happens is that the PhD students, I ensure there is collaboration among them. One of them publishes paper. There is another PhD student who will support that paper. What I'm creating is a forum of exchange of ideas, exchange of knowledge, and helping them to begin to grow as scientists. Sometimes they don't know what I'm doing, unconsciously building them to know that the team is better than individualistic. Okay, so that is very important. Dr. Warren's research tips and tricks. One of the topics we have, I think, is building, is it solid research team or something like that? So don't miss any of those. On Friday, we have how to craft an impactful research question. After that, next month, we'll have qualitative and quantitative research, which is better. So these topics, we have proposed them because we know they are topics people are struggling with. ASFI is here to equip African scientists, the next generation of African scientists who will make impact in their research work in going forward. So please, the tools we are giving here, take them seriously. And so for Mesa, your situation today should not be your situation tomorrow. And what you have described happens commonly, but it shouldn't be the norm. Research should be collaborative. And it's collaborative because it is about the society. It's not about us. I have a project now that is going on. In that project, the question I am asking is, how can the non-scientists, people from the population who are affected by the questions I am addressing, how can they have access to what I'm doing? Because in this part of the world, the funding we use for our research and all those are coming from the population. People contribute money, people invest money into the research fund. But how do we give back to them? Many times, what we do ends up to be published. And when it's published in scientific journals, and that is it. But my question is, how can we also give back to those who are supporting us, those who are contributing their data, those who come to our clinic and we collect samples from them? How would they know what their samples have done? And so I'm creating a platform. And in this platform, I have a section that is dedicated solely to the scientists. So we are building a website now. So the scientist goes there, and the landing page of this website, you have two sections, the public side and the side for the scientists. So if you're a non-scientist, you want to know what these scientists are doing, you take the public side. And when you go to the public side, it describes what we are doing, what we have found, what their money is contributing, what we plan to do next. And so the general public can follow what we are doing. And then the scientist side, we speak scientific language. So the point here is that we need to have the mindset that research should be collaborative. It is for the society. And the goal is to make society a better place. Okay, Grace Wanko, and then Akoma Abadaike. Then we'll move on. Grace, can you speak? Grace, can you speak?
Hello, Prof. Can you hear me?
Grace, your voice is far away, eh?
Can you hear me, Prof?
And it's very noisy there. Are you at the beach?
No, it's not noisy.
It's very windy there. We can't hear you, Grace. Perhaps you go indoors. Okay, let's look at Akoma, please.
Okay. Good morning.
Akoma.
Hello, Prof. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, we hear you now. Okay. Thank you for your discussion so far. You say.
Akoma, your line is too bad. We can't hear you properly. Your line is too bad. No, we don't get you, Akoma. No. Sorry. Grace and Akoma are not in good shape to speak to us now. Okay, it continues. In October 2015, there was a symposium held in Britain, bringing different stakeholders together to look at the issue of reproducibility and reliability in medical research, how to improve research practices. They recommended open data, pre-registration of protocol before a study is conducted. Collaboration is coming up here again, working with other research groups, both formally and informally. Automation, finding technological ways of standardizing practices, thereby reducing the opportunity for human error. Open methods, publicly publishing the detail of a study protocol. Post-publication review, continuing discussion of a study in a public forum after it has been published. Most are reviewed before publication. Reporting guidelines and checklists that help researchers meet certain criteria when publishing their research. These are important issues you have to know. Yeah, Lancet has a series of how to increase the value of research, and to include the value of research. All right, I've kept you for some time. Let's take 10 minutes break, and then I will come. Actually, this is our lunchtime, really. This is our lunchtime. Is there somebody who wants to continue, or you want to go and have your food?
In 10 minutes. Lunch in 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
In fact, you can take
No, 10 minutes is too small.
No, it's not enough.
Let's take time for
We'll go for a break. We'll go for lunch. Do you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, so yeah, sorry, I don't know what happened. Oscar, I was asking that you ask your question.
Okay. Sir, my question is, if the result, there are no issues with the results. However, the in-text citations are wrong. Does it also, can we classify that one under irreproducibility? And then how long do we have to keep our raw data? How long do we have to keep our raw data? Thank you, sir.
Well, in-text citation goes beyond the issue of reproducibility. So I think you have to check citation or referencing manual. There are different referencing styles and scientific writing and so on. Those we deal with those issues. Not necessarily what we are talking about here. But with regards to how long you keep your raw data, the first principle I would say is that don't be quick to destroy your data. You see, the data you have is a living material. The data you have. So please, as you join, mute yourself. Chinamuso, mute yourself. Thank you. So the first principle is don't be quick to destroy your data because it's a living material. But how long you keep it may depend, okay? May depend. There was a study we we published 2 years ago, I think. The study was conducted in 1987 stroke 1988. Okay. So now the question that study addressed is not an easy question to implement a new study. So what we did was to go back to that study and then link it to healthcare registers to be able to do our new study. If that study's material has not been archived, we would have missed that opportunity. So even when we have done the study, it is still now archived, and that archive is permanent, meaning that the data will not be destroyed. Many institutions, especially in the industrialized world, have now institutional archives in which research data, authors, researchers can go and deposit their data there. It's like a bank. So don't be too quick to destroy. If your institution has facilities to archive, then archive your data. But if not, I would say a minimum of 5 years. A minimum of 5 years. Okay. But if you have opportunities to archive them, archive your data, don't destroy at all. Okay, so we move on.
Thank you, sir.
Did many people run away? Because we have almost half, just about half of the people here now.
We are 52 now.
All right. We started by how to enhance reproducibility, what to do with regards to the courses we have discussed. Reproducibility affects all research stages, the design and execution, the analysis, the dissemination. And the principle here is that at each stage of the research, we should make them reproducible, transparent. We should collaborate. That is the principle. So when you're designing your study and executing your study, think reproducibly, think transparently, think collaboratively. When you're doing the analysis, you have collected data and you're processing the data, think reproducibly, think transparently, think collaboratively. When you're about to disseminate, think reproducibly, think transparently, think collaboratively. So that your mindset should be that at each stage. That is your mindset. Open science initiatives, you can go to this website and they re-emphasize the same thing. When you are hypothesizing, data collection, processing, storing the data, long-term preservation, publication and distribution, reuse, and so on. We should think reproducibly in this aspect. Okay, at the study design stage, what do we do? I have emphasized that reproducibility relates to process trail, documentation, standardization, and so on and so forth, so that other people can repeat what we have done. And this has to start from when we are designing this study. We need to develop a protocol. When we develop the protocol, we should register the protocol, publish the protocol. If it's possible, publish it. And this should be done prior to study conduct. Okay. I mentioned hacking, hypothesizing after the results are known. When you develop a protocol, register it or publish it before you start the study, it will prevent a lot of things. Because in the protocol, you have then outlined what you'll be doing. And so your ability to maneuver the process again is limited. Because if you submit a paper and you indicate that you raise a protocol, publish a protocol beforehand, a reviewer will go and check whether what you promised to do in the protocol is actually what you have delivered in the project. So the protocol is a roadmap telling those who are reading, this is where I am going. And you outline the things you'll be doing in the study. You outline the things you'll be doing in the study. It helps to prevent manipulation of the process, prevent publication bias, prevent many of these irreproducible practices that occur, because the protocol now provides this check and balance we do in our research. So, pre-registration makes your science better by increasing the credibility of your results. Many contexts have processes to develop and register the protocol. For those who attended the systematic review we did, that is one of the things we emphasize. Develop the protocol, register it. There's a platform where you can register. It's called Prospero. You develop a protocol, you go there, you register it. And if you wish, you can publish it as well. In the clinical aspect, in the clinical field, that's what we call clinical trials. And I think that should be familiar to everybody. In this COVID, before vaccine is developed, you have to go through different phases of the clinical trials. In clinical trials, is a must to register and publish a protocol. You have to do that. It's a must before you do the trial. So this is very important. And for other fields, many fields have not bought into this custom or culture. They are still doing things the way they have been doing it. But this is something every field can implement seamlessly. Protocol registration. If we do this at the design stage of the study, then it becomes a recipe for doing things in the right way as the study goes on. And it is possible that what we have outlined in the protocol eventually may change, or we may make some amendment that is allowed. Then in the paper, when you're publishing it, you can say that in the protocol, we promised to do this, that. But now we have done this study. We could not do that because of this. This is what we have done instead. Is that clear? Any hand? Anyone who wants to ask any question with regards to this?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yes, who is speaking?
Okay. Oh, sorry. Is my name not showing? Sorry about that. I've heard the word protocol several times since we started. Is it protocols or protocol? Yeah, protocol. I don't know. Coming from humanities, I don't know if there's a synonym. Is it something like roadmap or guide or list? I don't know. Really don't know that.
Yes.
A synonym for.
Yeah. So protocol or research
methods.
Proposal. Can call it protocol, but whatever you call it, is a document that outlines what you are going to do. So it outlines your study objective, what you're going to do in that study. If you're collecting data, how you're going to collect it. Proposal.
Yeah, I think in humanities we call it proposal.
Proposal, yeah. So that is a synonym.
Yes,
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, thanks.
Yeah, but if you learn a new word here, you want to go and shake the humanity space. I've learned a new word, protocol. It's fine. No problem at all.
Thank you.
Yeah. Alberto?
Yes, I just want to know if we can consider registration for ethical as this one.
No. Ethics application is different. It is going to an organization that makes assessment of the research you're going to do to see whether it infringes any human space, whether it is ethical. That is different thing. Now, when the ethics has approved it, you're writing the protocol and you have to stick. The document you submit to the ethics may not be exactly the way you write the protocol. The journal has how you prepare the protocol and submit. So there are different things.
Another question is related to the last one of a colleague. We can consider protocol has the steps of methodology of the whole proposal.
Yes.
The whole proposal.
The whole study.
Whole study, okay.
So do you all agree with me that pre-registration of your protocol or your proposal and or publishing it can help to minimize irreproducible research?
Yes, sir.
Only one person agrees.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we agree, sir.
Great. Has any of you done this before?
No, me no.
Not yet.
No.
Yes.
No, sir.
Yes.
Have you produced the research before?
Yes, I did.
No, sir. No, for fear of stealing the
I
idea.
haven't.
They have come. Here they come. Here they
Yes,
come.
it's actually not acceptable in humanities. You're not allowed.
Who said that?
Like somebody told you yesterday, there's even a score for novelty, newness of your topic and what you're doing.
And so if you publish it, then it's not novel anymore.
They will steal it.
They will steal
They will
it.
steal the idea.
Who are the thieves? Who are the thieves there? Who are the thieves?
Our colleagues.
Do you know them?
Even the editors.
Do you know them?
The editors. Yes,
They
sir.
will
We
steal
do.
for my faculty in my university, we no longer even do proposal before your studies. You finish
because
your work and do defense. You don't do proposal anymore because people will
even
copy the
discuss your
idea
topic
and do the work before you.
You don't even discuss your topic, what you're working on with your friends. Before you know it, it's out there.
It is serious, so.
Hi, goodness me. Okay, I have. Let me see the hands raising up. These people are telling me stories here, big stories. We'll come back to that. I have Dr. Izichukwu Franco B, and I have Farai Muyai. Yeah, then we'll come to Rulayo.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bright. In as much as one knows it's good to pre-register, but sometimes one is constrained by some practices. Like there is a study I did which just ended a couple of months ago, on is a community trial on the effect of SMS reminders and sticker reminders on uptake of immunization for children. There are routine immunization for children going to immunization clinics to see if reminding and sticker, how it improves the practice. So when I developed the protocol, I knew I was supposed to register it. But that is part of my fellowship training. That's our part 2, West African College of Physicians. And there is this statement that whatever you're going to be presenting for them in the exam shouldn't have been in the public domain at all. And I know that if I publish this protocol, it will go out in the published domain, and that might lead to its cancellation in the exam once, even if I tell them it's not out there, and therefore, if there's any way they now search and find it, it may work against me. So I have to keep the protocol and get them. They are the ones that scrutinize, and then the ethical committees scrutinize too, and then approve the protocol. I went to the field, did the work. But now, having come back from the exam, I want to publish the work. And I know that all the good journals, one of the requirements is that you should have published any randomized control trial before you should have published the protocol before you come to publish the results. So I'm having the difficulty. Now I've started the registration in trials.gov, but I think they also have this platform that maybe where one has to answer the question, did you publish the protocol initially? So in this scenario, what do you advise? What do one do?
You see, in the first place, have you passed the exam?
Yes, I have.
So you are inducted now into that society.
It will happen by October this year, but I have fulfilled all requirements. It's just that there's a stipulated time when they usually do it in October.
Okay.
So I'm waiting for it.
Okay, so what happens there is this, at least you get the gist of what we're talking about this week. Yes, you are going to pass the exam. You're going to do the exam to get into this society. But beyond that, you also have responsibility to the society, which is more superior than being in that society. As a scientist, the responsibility you have towards the society is more superior than being in that society. Why I'm asking whether you have got into the society is that you need to begin to be a champion. When I started in the morning, I was saying that across our institutions, we need to begin to find ways, because the question is, if passing the exam will eventually lead you to be seen to be doing a bad science, and that science you have done should be able to contribute to the well-being of people, but the exam becomes a barrier for your research to be seen as an excellent piece of work that will help us to fulfill that goal, then being in that society is not doing good. So if you go to that society, I think this is one of the things you should work hard to change. Because if I register my protocol, what will be the effect it will have in my being in that society? What will be the effect? Is it that it's less important research than when it is not published? I don't know from what perspective why they say it shouldn't be in the public domain when it comes to registration. So that needs to be explained, because some rules are just put there without having any value it adds. Instead, it subtracts value. That is the way I see it, because now we are put in a fix. And
Exactly.
I tell you that many of those journals, they will not tell you, you wouldn't explain to them, I needed to pass. That is not an excuse, because they will say that what you're going to do publishing this is more superior than in your passing exam. So we have an outline of how science. So if you go to this society, it needs to be known. This rule needs to be changed, because what is superior is what we have sworn to do. to bring good health to the society. That is more superior. And then we can make rules based on that superior rule that we have, or superior commitment that we have. I think that is the way it should work, really. Otherwise,
Yeah.
many people will be in this situation you are now.
Well, thank God I have passed now. At least one have to get in to now try to change the system from within.
Yeah.
Because
So
if you don't come, you can't become a fellow, and then you're out there. Okay. So now that I've learned better, I know better. Then when one gets in, one will start challenging some of these things.
yeah. You see, this publication of protocol is not too long when it was made, and it was made because of the things happening in the space. So it is possible that the rule you have in this society is even older than what we have in the publishing space, that the protocol for clinical trial needs to be published, registered and published before. But we shouldn't remain where we are. We should be progressive scientists. We should be very progressive to change things when they need to be changed, to implement different strategies. We should be very progressive. I know that many people are not progressive. And you know the reason why they're not progressive. Can somebody support me? Why many people are not progressive?
Because they are not dynamic. They are not dynamic.
Is it? They're not.
Selfishness.
Hmm?
Selfishness.
Is selfishness? Is it?
Selfishness.
Oh,
Yes.
selfishness. Yeah. Any other one?
They stick to the old ways of doing things.
Why do they stick to the old ways of doing things?
They are resistant to change.
Yeah.
You see,
because it was done to them, and they want every other person to suffer what they suffered, or something like that.
Wickedness, is it? but you see the exposure you are having this week here. The exposure you're having this week here. Many of those don't have those exposures, and they feel that they know a lot. So what am I going to do there? But if you know that knowledge is progressive, development progressive, innovation is progressive, Apple is not what you used to be before. There's always progress. That is why you attend conferences. That is why you attend scientific meetings to advance. If you have such exposures as you're having this week, it has an impact in your career. It has an impact in the way you think.
Sure.
And some of these old schools, if they have these exposures in a continuous way, and that is what we're advocating, ASFI, continuous capacity building of scientists, so that you have up-to-date knowledge and skill of what is happening in the space. If you have that, it will affect positively the way you do things. If you can do me a good job, just go and recruit those people you're talking about. Recruit them, 100 of them. Let's go through this week. You see what will happen. As you're speaking to them, they're shaking their head. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Am I exaggerating? Yeah. So the point is that the exposure is limited. The exposure is limited. Many academicians end up begin to engage in tough war, promotion, rank, and so on and so forth. And what they have signed to do is 20 years ahead of them. They're still living 20 years behind. They're still living 20 years behind. So this is something, the generation we find ourselves, because we are the generations to take over. You need to begin to think about how to deal with these issues. We can't remain the same. Some of these rules do not benefit. Instead, they cause more problems. Yeah, who is disturbing us there? Titilayo. All right, let me go to Farai.
Thank you, Prof. Bright. Not to repeat much of what you've said, I just wanted to emphasize that the protocol needs to go out there, I think, before you really embark on your study. I attended the systematic review course last year. So I've gone through a process of developing a protocol. I registered it on Prospero. It also helps, to check if somebody has done that same systematic review that you are planning to conduct. So through registration, it helps you to kind of go over that hurdle rather than doing a review and then in the end, you find later it was already registered and done by somebody else. And the credibility of your results. I've completed the review now and it's going through a peer review process. So the protocol also has gone through a peer review to ensure that it meets the minimum standards. So I think it's a good step to have your protocol go out there and be reviewed before you embark on your study. Thank you.
Thank you, Farah. I don't buy the idea of thieves out there. Many of you have said that here. Oh, people will steal my idea. What idea? Were you born with that idea? What idea are you hiding? Forget about that. There's no idea to hide. You see, my experience, I used to work at the University of Edinburgh. I worked there for 4 years. Did my postdoc 2 years, then I started working as a research fellow there. And I was really fortunate to be in the hand of my boss. Oh, goodness me. This guy was a professor at the age of 34. He broke all odds. He has won Queen's Award. He has won all kinds of awards you would think about. He has published close to 2,000 papers. He's around 50, 54, 55 years now. He's a star in the area of medicine, public health, epidemiology. He's one of, I would say, the top 10 to 15 just at the age of 54 or 55. This guy collaborates across board. This guy is an open book. I learned some of these principles with him. He said, Bright, open your space. That is why we're here. Just open it. If you open it, what happens? Goodness me. I learned that. But if you are afraid of who takes what, goodness me, you will not go far. Yeah. If you're here, listen to me, and you have had that attitude, somebody is going to steal, they will steal it. Open up. The more you open up, the more ideas. In fact, those who are stealing will have too much to steal because you keep dishing it out. You keep dishing it out. So the idea somebody will steal you, I have heard that many. It doesn't work. In my head here, I have ideas that if I begin to, they are too much to release because there are no much hands to deal with these things. That is because I get involved in different groups and I'm getting ideas. Each group you belong, you get ideas. Bring it on. That is why we're here. Let's forget about this primitive pathway of thinking. Let them steal your idea. If you steal your idea, shame them. They steal your idea. You are a writer, write. They steal your idea. But I tell you, you are not here to protect yourself. You are here to make the society a better place. So let's forget about this protective attitude we have, as if they belong to our great grandfather. Let's not expose our family lineage when you're doing the research. No. That is not what you should be doing. I wouldn't encourage you to do that. I'm not saying you should go back and change what you're doing, but I'm telling you, you have more benefit. What Farah is saying here now, we emphasize this in the systematic review. I can give you many examples, but we don't have time really. You can come to the systematic review course, then I will dish out some examples you can note. But the point is that I don't say that there are no thieves out there. But if you compare them to the good kinds, and I believe that all of you here are the good kinds, gentle men and ladies. Is it not? Is there any of you who is not a gentle lady or man? Or I mean, gentleman and lady. Is there anyone that is not?
No.
So what is the problem?
She's absent.
She's absent, and he is absent. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So when they're absent, we kick them out of where we are, the progressive ones. Let's do the things we need to do. And that is why when I started here, I said, make this a place that you can start new collaborations. And some of you here have contacted me with some of your ideas to see how you can collaborate. And I find it useful. How can you help us? How can you support us? You can't get the support if you are not an open book. You can't. You can't get if you close your fist, you're closing your fist, stretching it up. You can't get in. You need to open it to get in. That is a principle. Okay? Be generous with your ideas. Let people steal. More ideas will come to you. But the principle is coming into this world, into this space, to contribute your quota to make the world a better place. Fear does not give us any good thing. Fear is not a good attitude to have. Okay, I have Nkechi.
Okay, so you answered the question. Thank you, sir.
Good. So you're convinced now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're a soldier from here. Let's all be soldiers to go out there to say things need to be done in the right way. The old system has not profited. And I tell you, you see, what we are discussing here is the attitude of politicians, those who steal votes. That is their attitude. They keep secret. In Nigeria, my country, where politics is very dirty, I remember one of my senior cousins. That was 2001 or so. He went into politics, and I told him, "Don't get there. This is something that is difficult for you to survive." He said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." And so he ran for an election, and his opponent was leading. The result was to be announced the next day. So there was agitation in his camp, and he was looking for advice. And some of his advisors, another cousin was telling me this, who participated in his campaign and was close to me. He said, "Do you know what? This guy, he was not praying to lose." And of course, who prays to lose political election? So he said, when they knew the other guy was winning, his advisors came and said, "Let's go and secretly kill that guy before the announcement is made the next day." He said, "Really?" I said, you see the level where my cousin is getting to. Desperation for power, and distance will come. So this attitude of secrecy is not the attitude of scientists. That is not that is the attitude of starter. All of you were arguing here, forgive him, don't forgive him, and this and that. That is not our attitude. Okay? You see what I'm dishing out to you this week? These are my lecture notes. My lecture notes are prepared. If I begin to charge you here, and after charging it, I give you condition, don't distribute, then you will not feel good. But here, I open it up, send it to YouTube. People getting it. That makes me less successful or smaller? No. I can tell you, since we started, what is happening. In fact, some of us here, we say no because we don't have time. We don't have time for some of these things. We don't have time. We have a mission. Okay? That is the way it is. The more you open up, you will surprise what will happen. Try it. Just take 1 year to try it. Open up for 1 year, then you see. Then write me. What you told me is not working, but you see what happens. I learned the secret I told you when I was young. I used to like mathematics. And so I discovered the more I teach my mates, the more I know. So I started searching out. Do you have problems? And I started giving. The more I give, the more I know. That is the secret of success in human affairs. It does not matter what religion you belong or no religion.
Yes,
In Islam, they have it. In Christianity, in Buddhism, wherever you go, that is a principle that operates in this world. Open up, and then the world is yours. So forget about this issue of unidentified robbers. Or some of you say you know them. If you know them, then you know how to deal with them, because the problem identified is almost half solved. So if you know those robbers, when they are coming, you run through the bush or you just find your way to. But not all of them are robbers. There are men that are not robbers. Most are not robbers. So you deal with, if you know those who are robbers, then you deal with those who are not robbers. Anyway, you are making me preach this afternoon, just to tell you the passion I have with this kind of discussion. It's not right. Then I have Dr. CEO, is it CEO Migwe? You have two gadgets?
It's because of my microphone gives problems. So
okay, tell us what you have.
Yes, Prof. Thank you very much for your advice. But there is still a problem. You see,
Really?
the reason why some of us came for this lecture, like we said earlier, if you could remember, is to get washed, so that the system we are into will not be able to consume us. It's like a way, a way of escape and a better of survival. That's why we came. You see, even now, the ladies that told you that it is as bad as anything that you have that you brought out, whether it's a good one, whether it's even a wrong proposal, or whether it will be stolen. And you know how much it takes you as a person to sit down and write something up, and after time, to do that, somebody will just come and damage the whole thing, take it and go and publish, even in a very useless place. But the most important is that they will say he has published it first, and they have groups. They have groups that will come to defend them. So,
there is no problem, Dr. Migwe. Let me come in here. You see, a robber.
Before you come in, Prof, let me just tell you what to run away from this thing. Okay, some of us came here. So you see what we do now. What we do now is this. Most of those people, they don't work hard. They stay in one place. Even if you say this AFSI course, they will not come. They stay in one place. All they do is to look for whose work to steal. You know what we do now? What we do is this. We come here, we learn systematic review, we learn meta-analysis, we keep on learning things that are new. And sometimes when you bring those things out, they don't know what it is. They cannot know what it is. And they will just leave you the way you are. But if you go their level, Prof, it's a very heartbreaking thing.
Okay.
So
the thing is that this week I'm not breaking your heart. I'm not breaking your heart this week. I'm trying to mend the broken heart.
Yes.
I see the passion in your voice, and so I hope that the second baptism you say you want to get this week, you are getting it. And so You know, when you are baptized, what happens is that you have a clean heart. You become a new person, isn't it? Sorry, I'm speaking religious words. But the thing is this, you know, a robber is always a robber.
Yes.
If a robber goes and steals a car, hardly will he use that car properly. That is it true. And so if a robber steals your idea, hardly will he use that idea properly. And so because you know a robber will not use your idea properly, then implement your idea the way it needs to go. When you implement it the way it needs to go, you'll be able to publish it even in more topmost journal than where the robber published it. I'm still not convinced that you take the approach of secrecy. It does not pay. So, but I tell you, try it. The lazy minds are always lazy minds. They are lazy minds. You don't come down to their level. You know your level. You know where you want to be. You know where you operate. Let the lazy minds do what they want to do. It's not a problem. You move on. All right, I have Kia. Kia Malale.
Oh, thank you very much, Professor Bright. I agree with you 100% that science is not owned by an individual person, but the society is the one which is responsible for the existing science. So what you have presented is that we need it to be open. We need to publish the protocol, or whatever we do needed to be public. But if you go outside there, the real situation, indeed, the situation is different. We have seen many people who are famous, who have published a lot of discoveries, but they're coming outside of Africa. But in fact, other things have been started in Africa. People they have discovered it in Africa, but people they storing the idea and they try to advance in a different way, and they published in the high impact fact journals, and they were being awarded some prize. So maybe I can say, Mr. Bright, what people they are saying, the environment over there is not a friend. Myself, I'm the victim of what people they are saying. I had an idea during my PhD, but one student from other countries stole my idea and decided even just to change the lab to another lab that is not possible for me to access what is doing over there. But at the end, she presented the dissertation and published some papers relevant to my initial idea. So maybe we needed to change the situation, the environment over there, so that we can have a common understanding of what you are presenting. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I mean, I don't want to talk too much about these things. I think one common thing that you are saying is this, all of you, that you have idea, and there are thieves that you have identified who pose a barrier to selling this your idea. And now, in my own submission, the problem is not the idea. The problem is not the thieves there. The problem is how do you maneuver the thieves in their games? Maybe we should have a seminar how to maneuver. We call it scientific maneuvering. we can learn some games from the politicians. Call it scientific maneuvering. How do you maneuver the thieves in their games? that could be a way to deal with this. Okay. Now you have an idea. You go to a room. You want to discuss your idea, and you know that a thief has come in. What do? Sometimes the strategy you implement may actually be causing you to be a victim of stealing. Sometimes, if you know that you're surrounded by the thieves, you may be talking too much. So have some strategy to deal with the situation. So the point I'm making is that the idea is not the problem, the thief is not the problem. What is the problem is what is in between. And then you need to know how to deal with that issue in between. If you identify the thieves, then your problem is half solved. There's no need to cry so much when you become careless. Okay, you close your office and not lock it and go home and you leave your ideas at the table. So you can find some ways to prevent people coming in there. But regardless of what, be open, have an open mind. Let the thieves do their work, do their own work, do your own work. So should have a session on scientific maneuvering. Will that solve the problem? I'm not sure. Okay, let's move on. Have Uche want to say something? Please do quickly so that we move on, please.
Yes, Prof. From this aspect where you talked about registering of our protocols, does it apply to all area of all disciplines? Because I know in life sciences, some of our methods are quite different. Sometimes we modify, we adapt. So does this also apply to those in life sciences?
Everywhere. Go and check out what happens in your field. I don't have the knowledge of what happens in all fields, but I know this is a practice that is encouraged across fields.
So for instance, if I'm trying to do, maybe I want to measure the amount of let's say enzyme A in a tissue, and that method has been developed some time ago, let's say in 1954, I'm trying to modify that method or adapt it. Do I still need to publish?
Publish. In fact, there is a journal called Nature Protocols. I don't know if you have heard about that before. That is a journal dedicated to laboratory protocols in the life sciences. Check it out. Nature Protocols.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a problem. So they are happy to see it. You see, we are coming. Let me not really be wasting my time here. All right, register the protocol. There are different platforms you can register the protocol. Why register the protocol? It enhances open science practice, promotes transparency and reliability of result, helps prevent certain research practices like flexible analysis. So when people go, we talked about hacking, post hoc analysis, selective outcome reporting, and so on and so forth. It informs peers of ongoing research and enhances collaboration. It increases likelihood of publication because when you send it, your protocol is registered or published. When you finish the study, you can cite those protocols and indicate that they have been published. Reproducibility in data science, in data analysis, of course, you have executed the study, you have published a protocol before the study is executed, your protocol is out, and then now you have collected the data, and now you are preparing the data analysis process. So reproducibility, as I showed in the previous slides, reproducibility comes in here. A study is producible if all of the code and data used to generate the numbers and figures in the paper are available and exactly produce the published results. Yeah, we have gone through this. Scientists should communicate the data they collect and the models they create to allow free and open access and in ways that are intelligible. Documentation, accessible, and usable for other specialists. Where data justify it, scientists should make them available in an appropriate data repository. Reproducibility in data analysis, the code made available and the data made available, if possible, it's not always possible because of issues of privacy. Many participants in the study may not give consent for their data to be made available. So you have to respect that. So that becomes a limitation for people to reproduce your research. The code at least should be made available in human readable form. Software use also made available, documentation, sufficient details of the analysis steps, and the code to help others repeat them. And that is what you'll be doing with your project this Thursday. Distribution above, all this above made available through a platform others can have access to them. There are many programs now that you can implement reproducible statistical analysis. So how do you do that? Develop an analysis plan, detailed outline of your analysis, a recipe, step-by-step analysis decisions. If possible, publish a protocol of data analysis. Some journals are accepting that, and some platforms are registering the analysis protocol. This is different from the study protocol. This is when you have reached analysis stage. So the key thing is that it should be documented, developed in a way that is intelligible. Consult with investigators and collaborators to find the best way to deal with this. What you can see here, I mentioned working at the University of Edinburgh. There was a study I did, and this study has data from GP practices. So GP, general practitioners practices across the UK. And so the data are housed in different ways. And so this indicates the steps I have taken in doing my analysis, so that anyone who comes, goodness me, anyone who comes here to in my absence, Grace, I've muted you. Leave yourself muted because your noise is disturbing us. I muted you again. Leave yourself muted. So anybody who comes here will know how I have done this. I've used these numbers and explained at each point what I have done. And this is important. Grace, do you want me to kick you out? Okay. So that is a plan I have made here. Okay, Dedeke Olabisi.
Right, I wanted to know what partid. In that figure you just showed, what's the meaning of partid?
Meaning of?
Partid,
Okay. Oh, these are don't worry yourself about those ones, Dedeke. These are just data internal. Those are names of variables. All these things you have here are the names of variables. So partid is the patient ID.
Okay, thank you.
Patient ID, and these are different variables there. So this will usually be different for your own study. But they are.
Oh my God.
Who is that? All right, so clean and code your data before analysis. Carefully scrutinize the raw data for errors. Code variables sensibly. Code variables in a reproducible way. Data coding syntaxes. If possible, publish syntaxes. For that study I just showed you, we published you can check this link when you get this slide, publish the syntaxes along the paper. We couldn't publish data because it's not allowed, but we published the syntaxes. Sensible management of data files is crucial. Sensible choices of categorization and variable transformation is very important, and this all need to be documented. In the area of reporting, in the biomedical science, I'm not sure what operates in many other fields. There are standards. This is called the Equator Network. In the Equator Network, they provide recommendations of how to report your studies, and this is different for different study designs. What is expected? So these are minimum standards of recommendations that you need to adhere to. Okay, Kevin, you have something to say?
Yeah, I was just asking from the previous slide about now sharing this data. So in reproducibility, which one is recommended? Sharing the raw data files or sharing the cleaned files, because they transformed, because when you're doing analysis, you transform some variables and everything. So
use the data analysis file, so the clean one, because many times you are not, your study is a sub-study within the whole study, so it's not everything you use within it's not all the data you use within the project. So the data that provided the result you are reporting is what you should do, you should give. And so that will mean the clean data file, or you can take it and fetch from the parent data, extract the variables that you need in your study before you start cleaning it, so that perhaps you can include the unclean and clean data in your publication. Is that clear?
Yeah, thank you.
Hmm.
Maybe there's that room for someone like doing data massaging, and they share the clean data sets that produce nice p-values and everything, and because after doing some poor manipulation to suit their preconceived results.
Yeah, I agree. All right, Dedicate, do you have a new? Is that an old hand?
New hand. It's
okay.
A new hand.
All right.
I was just thinking aloud that this published data, could one actually look into it and request to make publications out of them? Maybe something they have not looked into.
Yeah, you can contact them. You can contact them and see whether you can collaborate with them.
Okay.
That shouldn't be a problem. It is their right to say yes or no. All right, so please, no, we have gone to lunch. Let me not bring that up. So please look at the equator and across your fields to try to see if you have some examples. So now we have talked about the design, we have talked about the analysis, we have talked about the reporting, we have now peer review. So you send your paper for publishing. Can the peer review aspect also enhance or cause problem for reproducibility? Yeah, I think some of the things you have mentioned in the morning applies. So we have two types of peer review process: conventional and open peer review. Which is better? Well, I wouldn't send you out now. When you get this,
I like too much. That means I have this no need for team.
So those of you who are disturbing, you have to be very careful. And it is really, you are very, very, very lucky that we are not meeting face to face. I would have done what one of my teachers did when I was studying long time ago. So he was saying that you shouldn't disturb in the class, don't make noise, don't whisper in the ear. So he has said it many times. And then this girls keep disturbing there. So he got a point. What he did was he took the chalk and called one of the girls out and said, you have to teach the class now, continue from where I stopped. Now I'll be the student, since you don't want to keep quiet. So I would have called those who are disturbing now to finish the lecture for us until Friday. Then I sit. So you are very lucky that we are not meeting face to face. Perhaps I would have adopted that that person who is disturbing would have taken the stage now. Somebody is saying, let us pray maybe for the one who is disturbing. What kind of prayer do you want to offer, Michael? So lead us in the prayer. Michael, I don't think that your solution will work, honestly. It can't work. Some people, you pray from everlasting to everlasting, it doesn't work out for them. So let's leave them alone. Maybe I will kick them out. All right. Yes, I will try to write the website. Let me see. So I won't send you out for that because we don't have time. I wanted you to look at this, compare conventional peer review and open peer review. And what is different? The conventional one is that you send your paper to the journal, and the journal editor will make assessment and see whether your paper is relevant and they're interested in it. And so once they make that assessment, they will send it to reviewers. The conventional peer review is usually blinded in some ways. It could be one blinding, so that the reviewer may know the authors, but the authors do not know the reviewers. Or it could be that the authors and the reviewers don't know themselves, so you call that double blind. So there is a level of secrecy that is maintained, and the goal is that it will help so that there will be freedom of the reviewers to comment the paper. But the open peer review, once the review has been made, the reviewer's identity will be reviewed, so the authors will know who the reviewer is. And of course, this is after the review has been made. You don't know the reviewer before the review is made, so you get the reviewer's comment. I mean, there are advantages and disadvantages of that. We discussed this quite a lot during the scientific writing course we had in December, but we're not getting into that now. Sorry for those who didn't attend the scientific writing. Those who attended have benefited from that. But the link I've put there, when you get it, please check it and get it yourself. So diversifying peer review process. You have different peer review processes that are coming out now. For those who are crying that people will steal your ideas, you have the archives that are there, and they have in the physical sciences, engineering, psychology, social sciences, in which papers are sent out to these platforms perhaps before they are submitted to a journal or why they are submitted to a journal. So they are made public in these archives. Most of them will call them preprint archives. And then your colleagues from different fields can comment on that paper even before it's published. And their comments, perhaps your paper is under review in a journal, their comments can be taken into account by you to revise the paper even before the journal gives comment from the reviewers. That's what we call post-publication peer review platforms, in which even after the paper has been published, there is a public allowance for people to send their comments. You can make critical comments to the paper even when it is published. Register reports. These are processes that aim to eliminate bias in hypothesis-driven research. The protocol is developed of a research topic in which the procedures and the analysis plans are developed in detail, and you send it to a journal. If a journal reviews it favorably, they will accept it in principle, but they will not publish it until you have done the study, and then they see that you have done according to what you have stated in the protocol. And then the journal will accept the study, the paper you have written from the study, and publish it alongside the protocol. So these are all steps to enhance reporting in a reproducible manner. Journal impact factor, and I know you all know what this is. It's a measure of the frequency with which the average article in a journal has been cited in a particular year. It's an indication of the importance or rank of a journal based on citation, calculated based on a 2-year period. And this is how it is calculated. X represents the number of times articles published in, for instance, the journal impact factor for 2020 is calculated by this. The number of times articles published in 2018 and 2019 were cited by index journals during 2020. Y is total number of citable items, so the number of papers published in that journal during this period. And so the impact factor for 2020 will be X divided by Y. And then you get the number, and you call it impact factor. And then everybody shouting, oh, I published in Lancet, impact factor is, who is that? Who is that?
Okay,
Mercy is not easy. Mercy is not easy. It's not easy to implement mercy. And this person now that is talking has used a pseudonym. The person doesn't have the name. So I don't know who to call the name. Okay. Anyway, so this is how the impact factor is. Okay, let's quickly do, to enhance reproducibility, impact factor of the journal should be abolished. I need 5 people to quickly defend or not defend this. Do you support this? Just raise your hand, then I give you 30 seconds, tell us what. 5 people who want to speak. To enhance reproducibility, the impact factor of the journals should be abolished. Share your thoughts. Anyone? Okay, I have Adejoke Ogunlana and Rolayo Kia. Let's see. Adejoke, Rolayo Kia. Any other person? Ngozi Ogugua. Yeah. Any other person? Women are the champions now. Men, where are you? Do we have one man who wants to add? Okay, let's start with Adejoke. Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much for this privilege. So I'm going to say that I propose that it should be abolished. Okay, because I had my PhD in China, and the value placed on impact factor journals is so crazy, such that if you don't publish there, it's regarded as you can't graduate. And in China, you have a particular number, a particular value of impact factor that you must have as a PhD student before you can graduate. So that makes a PhD student, puts the PhD student under tension to publish anything, and which includes, what we talked about, like forging results, getting data just to make sure that you meet up, and then your impact factor journal is being increased, one. And two is that there's some field, for example, I'm in theoretical chemistry, theoretical/computational chemistry. Now, this field are not as popular as the analytical chemistry, organic chemistry, and all those big chemistry that people publish in environmental chemistry. It's very easy for you to pick sand and soil and know one composition, one effect, publish paper, than for you to use a computer to be able to sit down, study a reaction, simulate a reaction, study its effect over time, and publish. And now, at the end of the day, we can't publish in IB impact factor journal. It has to be published in lower places. So what happened in those places where your area is being streamlined to a particular kind of journal, which is not being cited by many people?
All right.
Okay.
I get your point. Sorry, your 30 seconds is past. So you're saying that there are obvious reasons why the impact factor should be abolished, okay? Because it will lead to irreproducible research, because it increases tension on the researcher to meet the expectation, and thereby it may lead to fabrication and doing all kinds of dirty tricks that are there just to get your paper published in high impact factor. Okay, Rulayo, let's hear you. 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, sir. Why I want it abolished is I used to be one of the guilty researchers then.
You used to be what?
Cite one of the guilty ones. The
guilty researchers. I'm hearing that word for the first time. Go ahead.
I don't cite papers that are not from high impact factor journals. I don't go to local journals. I want to go to Lancet, go to all these big names, Nature and all of them. But the challenge is we are killing our own intellect at home. So now what I do in the office is I get to make the movement that everybody publish in our local journals that are reputable and cite each other's work. Even in the school, we cite each other's work. So that impact factor of a thing should be abolished, because it's making so many people rejecting works that are very good in lower impact journals and going for whatever they see in high impact journals.
Okay.
And that doesn't make any difference.
Thank you very much. All right, I have Ngozi. I thought I had another hand, another woman. Ngozi, go ahead.
Good day, everybody. I believe that the impact factor is an artificial thing by the big publishers to make their journals look more, have better reach, so they can improve, so they can increase their APCs and all that. Because when you come to our so-called local journals, you see a lot of research work that relate to what we need. So why don't we patronize our indigenous journals, so we can now push them up and make them more visible? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, then I have Kia and Oscar.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Doc, I think that this thing should be abolished in the sense that it is a form of...
So, Oscar, let's Kia. I called Kia first.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you very much, Prof, for giving me this opportunity.
Kia, your voice is quite far away, so speak louder so we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. In fact, impact factor is used as a tool to measure the credibility of the journal. For me, I don't hate too much. However, there is a syndrome that is normally developed in the journal. They normally focus on the positivity. But if you submit a manuscript with a negative results, the chances to be published is very low. So with that syndrome, I could also conclude by saying this is not a syndrome for maintaining reproducibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Oscar, last person, then we'll...
To me, it is a form of discrimination, whereby if you don't have the money to publish in those papers, it means that it is not worth enough. And to get money to publish in such a paper, it is not easy. So I think that that is not the best way for us to go. I mean, some of these journals should be free for people to be able, but the amount involved, there was one I saw, it was $3,000. I said, wow. So I don't think that is a good practice. It should be abolished.
Yeah, Oscar, I think what you're saying is different. The impact factor is different from the cost of publication. Those are two different things. In fact, many African scholars don't make use of their opportunities. Many of these journals are waiving publishing fees for Africans. Yeah, for many African countries, they waive the publication fee. So it's something different. Many top journals don't charge publication fee. So it is only the open access ones that charge publication. So these are two different things we need to discuss. Sorry, Grace, Uche, Ahmed, let's move on. I requested for 5.
No problem.
5, but we are coming there where you have to make your voice heard soon. Academic incentives and reproducibility. Publication is a core output in science. We all agree with that. And it's used for employment, it's used for funding, it's used for promotion, it's used for tenure. Positive, novel, and clean results are published more likely to be published more than a negative result. Researchers are incentivized to produce novel findings. How does this affect reproducibility? It's very clear. It affects reproducibility, as we have seen, but is it in the negative? Is it in the positive? So here we come to the great debate. Okay, the great debate I have been looking forward to, and I know you have been secretly looking forward to this because I mentioned it in the morning. So we are going to test the waters. You are going to be divided into 3 groups. We are going to look at not the issue of impact factor. We're going to look at academic incentivization and see in what way it influences reproducibility. So I divide it into 3 groups. Group 1 is a debate. So you have no option. You have to defend what I've given you. Group 1, we argue that entirely abolishing academic incentives based on publication outputs will enhance reproducibility of science. Okay, that is your task. Group 2, we argue that entirely abolishing current academic incentives based on publication output will not enhance reproducibility of science. Then group 3, we argue to enhance reproducibility of science, there is a need to replace current incentivizing scheme based on publication to a better scheme. And you have to propose what could be the replacement. Is it clear for everyone? So please take a picture of this. I'm going to assign you to your groups automatically. So whichever groups you fall, that is the group you will be in doing this task. But of course, you have to go back to your group later on. Okay? Who is doing that? Who is doing that? Who is doing that? Is it clear for everyone?
No, please come again, especially differentiate 1 and 2.
Are you seeing? Just read it carefully. Take a picture and read it carefully. What differentiates 1 and 2 is will and will not. Will and will not. So note that. Is it clear for everyone? So you have 30 minutes. You have 30 minutes to prepare in your group, and then you come back. When you come back, each group will be given 5 minutes. Nope, I won't give you up to 5 minutes. I think we will not have time to. So each group will be given 3 minutes, 3 minutes to argue their point. Please limit it to 3 minutes. Argue your point, and you know how debate goes. So in your group, select somebody who can be, who can take us along that train, you know, of argument. Okay.
Sorry, sir. So how do we know which group we will fall into?
I'm going to send you to your, I will create the group now, so don't worry. Okay.
Thank you.
So I will create it automatically.
Okay.
3 groups. So please now choose your group and go. So each group appoints somebody who will defend your case. So welcome back, everyone. Let's give group 1. Group 1, 3 minutes. Tell us what you have.
So our question was entirely approaching academic incentives based on publication outputs will enhance reproductivity of science. We put some ideas about justification through provide grants to every researcher, promote the production of credible publication, quality research of the publication for publication, enhance collaboration, reduce unhealthy competition, yes. Builds researchers confidence and also training, produce to them training, not to be under pressure to publish, enhance inventory research, provide to publish open access without fees according to institutional protocols. Thank you.
Okay, so group 1, I need you to clarify. So what is your argument in relation to the question you're supposed to? Because you are arguing that
it should be abolished.
That it should be abolished, and this will enhance reproducibility. So you are in support of abolishing it. And so what was your so what you have outlined is the justification for
yes
abolishing? I didn't quite get it. Can you explain a little bit?
Yes, we think that through this justification, we can apply reproducibility as the research will be of high quality and and it will be funded, so we can do a critical job with new innovation. By this three will qualify our publication to be published in an open access, to be free for reading and for access for the publication. So this will produce reproducibility, as we will be sure that this will be of high quality to be if anyone do the same results, will have the same results, and we will also make our idea to be spread for free between the community, between the scientific community, so they can use it to be reproducibly. Also, by promotion this and giving enough fund, this will help the publications to be at the suitable situation.
Okay, all right. Let's see what group 2 has then.
All right, I will be presenting on behalf of group 2, and so I'm very sure we can all see my screen. So the first we did was to explain what the academic incentives are. And then we said that anything that encourages or that motivates an academic staff or researcher to be able to improve his or her performance and encourage them to do more towards achieving goals of science and publications. And then we also were able to list those academic incentives, which are academic promotion, academic growth, professional recognition, monetary support such as winning of grants, awards, salary relief, and all that, capacity enhancement, winning of medals or Nobel Prizes. All these are academic incentives that were listed. And the question is, why should all these things be abolished? Why should we say they should be abolished? They shouldn't be abolished because, number one, investing in scientific publications, writing papers, writing journals, and all that actually contributes to knowledge. It helps the society to identify some problems. And then, of course, by researching, we're able to solve these problems by going through different research processes. And also, this incentive also should not be abolished in science because, of course, it helps the scientific profession. Day in, day out, we keep getting innovations, we keep getting ideas in the IT sector, in the medical sector, in the educational sector. We keep seeing ways in which academic performance can be improved in students. We keep seeing how our health can be better in terms of researching into new drugs, especially what just happened recently about this COVID-19. If not for the researchers that are studied, invested into researching into problems or solutions to make sure that we get drugs, to get vaccines, I don't know where the world will be by now. So academic incentive actually propel and motivate staff to be able to do more and to be able to give into the society and to be able to solve problems that we feel are evident and to make the world a better place. Also, when we prevent academic incentive, the production of scientific research by researchers actually become decreased because we see that the motivational force is not there anymore. But when you have a goal, when you have a target, when you have this incentive coming in, it propels you, it motivates you to do more. And also the quality of teaching will also go down if this is abolished. Of course, we don't want that to happen. Academic incentive from publication also might serve as drivers towards carrying out quality research that are reproducible and also encourages cutting-edge research that would attract broad and massive citation. This is what we've been able to come out with from group 2. So
Okay.
at the end of the day, we see that this is very, very good. And all this importance should not just go away because of just to abolish, current academic incentive. Thank you.
Okay. The group 2 also, I think you need to make some clarification because your topic is, let me see your this in the top, that
entirely
if
abolished.
abolishing current academic incentives based on publication output will not enhance. So you need to tie this to reproducibility. So
Exactly.
if we abolish it, your argument is that it will not enhance reproducibility if we abolish it. Did you get that? Why
Yes.
group 1 is
Yes.
that if we abolish it, it will enhance reproducibility, but
Yes.
yours is it will not.
Reproducibility.
So you both group 1 and group 2, you did not clearly tie this to the topic of discussion, which is reproducibility of research. Just to point out that. Let's go to group 3 and see what group 3 has.
Good afternoon.
Group 1,
everyone.
group 2, you can stop sharing.
Oh. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm trying to place my slide. Oh. I'm sorry, please. Okay, send to Zoom. Are you seeing my slide now, please?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Group 3 worked on suggestions of replacements that can help enhance reproducibility instead of the current incentivizing scheme that is being used. And okay. Sorry, please. I don't know. Oh, okay, thank you. So the current incentivizing schemes being used, one is conditional promotion, conditional grant offer, conditional admission offer, conditional employment offer, and conditional graduation. So without this, without publications, people are not being promoted, they are not being given grants, they are not being given admission, they don't get employment, and they don't allow them to graduate. So these make people to publish whatsoever they find around. Next slide. So the suggestions we have, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Time. So please let me read from my notes. Someone is projecting for me. Like what we are suggesting currently is as replacement is that the impact of these researchers should be used as a yardstick for promotion. And when we talk about impact, we are talking about how many patents have they been able to create, how many discoveries have they made, how many solutions have they given to research, have they created for research problems, how many students have they been able to academically mentor successfully. Then also registration of protocol could also be another thing that can be used instead of incentives, because everybody will have to be forced to declare their protocol, submit it for assessment, peer review, and then publication. So if protocol is being accepted and published, it can be used as an as a condition for all this admission, promotion, and every other thing. Because it's well known that when protocol is being submitted, one is forced to actually do the right thing. So it becomes more transparent, and then the incentives will be successfully replaced. Thank you.
Thank you, group 3. So group 3 has outlined some strategies that can be used to replace current incentivizing scheme we have in the academia by focusing on impact, and the impact can be measured through a number of indicators they have suggested. All right. Is there anyone here who is independent of all the 3 groups? Is there anyone who didn't attend any of the 3 groups? I'm not asking to punish you, I'm asking to promote you. So just feel free, it's not a problem. Of course, that will give you information that you didn't attend, but you get promotion from it. Is there anyone who didn't attend any of the 3 groups? I know some didn't attend, but they will not raise their hand now. Now it's promotion, it's not punishment. Is there anyone who didn't attend? Is there anyone who is not happy with their own conclusion? Who genuinely doesn't support their own conclusion? I have Gilberto. Yeah, any other person?
Hello, sir. I just want to add to that of group 3.
No, that's not what I'm asking now.
Okay.
I'm not asking addition. I'm asking, is there anyone who is not in support, genuinely in support of their own conclusion? Or where are the hands that were raised? I saw Gilberto and Ngozi, they are gone. Okay, Gilberto, you are there. Let us, which is your group, and what is your problem?
It is not properly a problem, right? Is that we should have, why is that argument true?
Which group are you?
I'm from the group 2.
Group 2.
Yeah. And we are suggesting that even if we abolish that incentives, there are other factors that will still impair the reproducibility. Yeah, that's the argument that I would like to add.
Yeah, but now we are focusing on the incentives.
Yeah.
Assuming that every other thing is equal. All right. Now let's vote. Genuine votes. Those who are in support of the argument of group 1 that abolishing academic incentives will enhance reproducibility, particularly in African research. Let's see, just raise your hand. You can be thumbs up, however, just raise your hand. Abolishing it will enhance reproducibility. I can see 2. Only 2. Can see 3. Okay, 3 people. So please raise your hand down or bring your hand down. I see 4. Oh, goodness me, I have written 3 already. Now you're coming up. Okay, 4 people. Now get your hands down. Let's go to the next.
Okay. Oh. This,
okay. Let's go to the next one. Abolishing academic incentives will not enhance reproducibility in science. Let me see your hand. Some people secretly wanted to be in group 2. Okay, let me count. Almost everybody. Is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, get your hands down. All right, let's see. Get your hands down, get your hands down. Everybody get your hands down. You don't have to get your hands down. Want me to help you? Come, I can't reach your hand. That is the problem. All right. How many people are in support that the current incentivizing scheme based on publication needs to be replaced? And doing this will enhance reproducibility. It could be what Group 3 has proposed. It could be other strategies, but it needs to be replaced to enhance reproducibility. Let's see your hands. Is that all? All right, bring your hands down, bring your hands down. There is nothing more to vote, so just keep your hands down. We have finished the voting. All right, what I have here is that those who are in support of the first group, that abolishing entirely academic incentivization or incentivizing scheme we have now through publication will enhance reproducibility. I have 5 people that voted for that. Then those who argue that removing the incentivizing scheme will not enhance reproducibility. I have 33 for that. And those who are in favor that replacing the current incentivizing scheme and replacing it with something else will enhance reproducibility. I have 34 for that. So who won? The argument that won is, you said that the argument of group 3 won. That's what you are saying. So then you need to give in debate, you need to appreciate group 3. Now, the question is, if this is overall opinion we are giving here, how do we take this forward? Is it doable?
Yes, sir.
It's doable. Rola, soon you'll be a boss. So how do you want to implement this?
Okay, sir. Like my institute works on trypanosomiasis and supply control. So instead of just waiting for people to get publications brought in for promotion exams, we ask them, like, how many supply repellents you have been able to produce? How many diagnostic kits have you been able to work on? How many of your protocols, innovative protocols, have been registered and published? Instead of just counting the number of research articles people bring in. Because I've been cheated so many times. I'll have colleagues that will bring 25 research articles where I'm just carrying 15. And when they even ask them topic of some, the title of some of the papers, they don't know where the paper is being done. Some of them even sit in their offices and typeset. We will see them working on laptop to typeset into journal formats, and they will bring it for promotion exams, and nobody can talk or report them. So with this, I think we are good to go, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Does anyone else have anything to add to that? I think one thing is that what Group 3 is proposing is currently being done. Okay. In the UK, the issue of impact is an important discussion. And impact can be measured in different ways. In the case of Rola, she's talking about counting the number of papers. In some places, it's not the number of papers, it's actually where it is published. So somebody may have 30 papers published. Another person may have 5 papers published. And these 5 papers are published in the top journals: Lancet, Nature, Science. Actually, the prospect of the person who has 5 papers published in these top papers compared to 30, the person who has 30 that has been published in maybe low journals. The prospect of the one who has 5 but high impact journals is greater. Trust me. And that is based on the impact factor of the journals. So in the UK, they have now devised different means to measure impact. And what Group 3 is proposing is close to that. So because not all fields of research will be able have journals that have impact factor of even more than 5. Not all fields, but it doesn't mean that what they do is substandard. And so, and I have shown you that this impact factor is based on citation. Okay. The issue of COVID today has shot many journals' impact factor very high, because yes, COVID is a research that citation is being made regularly. And so if your study is not related to COVID, what is your fate? That is the challenge. So now they'll ask you the papers you have published. They will ask you your public engagement activities you have had. They will ask you different things you have done, supervision you have made, how many PhDs you have graduated, how many masters, and so that the impact measurement can be comprehensive and not just on where the paper is published, so that people will have the same level of assessment of their scientific contribution. Perhaps that is what you could think. Otherwise, focusing only on publication, focusing on publication may really underestimate the contribution other people are doing that are not documented through publication. So I'm highlighting this because that is the overwhelming vote you have given that group 3 submission or group 3 argument is the better of the 3 we have made here. Does anyone have any contrary opinion? Is this something that you would like to take up going forward in your department, in your institute?
Yes.
Yes.
Sir, do you think it's the right thing to do? That's the right thing to do, or we didn't vote well, or what?
You know, if we follow what we have been arguing this week, that science is there to make the society a better place, then we have to recognize that people play this role from different angles.
Okay.
And the role they play does not necessarily end up to be published in a top journal. So if we recognize that, then we have to be careful in defining productivity by publishing in top journals.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Within the
Within
African space, you have people who are working in the rural areas, implementing research, saving lives, that end up not publishing anything. It doesn't mean that those who publish are doing better. They may even be doing much more better in terms of the intensity of the work they are doing. How do you measure what they are doing? So I think we need to have a comprehensive view of measuring that. Otherwise, limiting it to publication, where it's published, how many is published, I think, truth be told, is a very myopic view of making assessment of what we do as researchers.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Dr. Chukwuemeka Nwigwe, you raise your hand.
Yes, sir. There is something, sir, I want to say. I'm happy that alternatives to incentivizing is being discussed here. Alternatives to measuring impacts is being discussed. I'm happy about that, but there is a major problem, sir. That problem is this. You know, I like to say things from the perspective of reality, how it goes. In some of the universities, I wouldn't know of other African countries, but I know of Nigeria. Some of the universities have nothing. They have nothing. And you see their labs, they are not equipped. You see some departments have nothing. And at the same time, the university is telling people to go and publish in Nature. Lancet, every other, just name it, the high impact factor journals. And you see that pressure is there and will continue to be there unless these things we are talking about, some of these ways of measuring impact, some of them are implemented. So this is the situation right now as we are talking. Because I don't know who gives some of these universities the curriculum that they follow. A curriculum that will tell an academic, a lecturer, to go and publish in the impact factor journal, whereas there is nothing in his lab. There's no lab. Some don't even have offices as we're talking. Some don't have offices. So I don't know. Why I'm mentioning this to you is that because I have seen your passion and passion that you are even inculcating into some of us that is really, really burning enough. This is the situation. So I don't know who gives us the type of curriculum that we are following. A lecturer cannot do anything, cannot even do anything for him, except those who work really hard, use their own hard-earned money to even do something that will be able to, achieve anything. So this is the situation, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think you are airing the view of many people. And that is the reality. But change has to begin from somewhere. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine the issue of the Arab Spring, where it started? Okay. There are many people who are burning. And when it started, what they have kept inside for a long time came out. And if you remember where we started yesterday, I started by telling you there is one type of revolution that has not happened in Africa. I don't know if anybody remembered what revolution I talked about. Do you remember yesterday when I started, I said that several revolutions have happened in Africa, but one has not happened.
Yes.
Yes. Tell me the name.
Alberto, I think it was a scientific revolution.
Scientific revolution. Scientific revolution. And I defined it as a radical change of the path we are to walk towards another path of excellence. And if about the 100 of you who have come together here, we decide to set up a movement, oh, I think we can create something beautiful. I don't know what you think about it. But otherwise, Dr. Wigwe will continue to cry every course he comes. He's burning, so much burning that he will do the same crying. We need to help him so that he can have some succor. Anyway, let me leave it until Friday and see if there is a group that will come with a novel idea of how we can take this forward within the African context to begin to improve things. But truth be told, many things need to change. Many things need to change. And we are the generation to make those changes. Okay, let me stop here. This is where we end today. Tomorrow we start, but please continue with your group work. Those group that want me to send them, I know that some of you have formed WhatsApp group. I don't know if you are working with those forums, but if you want me to send it to your breakout rooms, I can do that. Thank you for today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you,
And
sir.
good night. Good night,
Thank you,
everyone.
sir.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. See you all tomorrow.
Bye.
Sir.
Bye. Thank you.
I'm inviting all of you to come to Ghana.
Like we
Thank
should wait
you.
behind and
Oh, okay.
continue. It feels
Which
like
group?
we should
What's
continue.
happening in Ghana?
Which group wants to go to the